Good flipping morning, ladies and gentlemen. Another episode of Coffee and a Cup of Color. It's game day. We got Dolphins. We got Titans coming into Hard Rock. And Lamar chokes again. The life out of the Buffalo Bills, that is. Be right back.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand, and damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off, it's these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
We're trying to reflect internally, and then we're able to move forward with that higher level of accountability.
We can be a lot better.
It's about us collectively, yo. Put this on us.
There's no secret sauce there. I think that's just the work. That's the courage that it takes to put yourself out there and lean into that.
It's only the third week, and you get to see what our team made up early.
Monday Night Football returns to the Hard Rock Stadium.
They have good players, so it's going to be a very big game on being disciplined. They're a team that wants to get a win real bad, too.
Throws right into traffic, and it's intercepted. Going deep. He's got Waddle. Here he goes. Touchdown, Miami. Yes, here comes Campbell. Got him, and he throws it away. It's picked off on the ricochet. Looks it to the outside. Big run right here by Each.
It's going to be a matchup of who wants it the most, who's going to do what's required.
Once again, good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is always hot. It is always humid. And it is always South Florida. How you doing, everybody? I see everybody in chat already. It is game day. Yes, it's Monday. It's Monday morning. We're going to go through it. We're going to find ways to win. That's what we do here. That's at least what Culler does here during the season. I don't think it's as bad as everybody thinks it is. I really don't. I think we can get this dub, and I think it's quite encouraging watching the results last night, knowing this season is never over in week 4. I know. There's everybody out there, the tankies out there. Oh, I'm fooling myself. Oh, whatever. It's just inevitable. Well, it's inevitable for 31 teams. There's only one team going to win the Super Bowl, and they win it by playing football, not by hoping. So welcome everybody in chat. I see my counterpart here, El Capitan, is the first in chat. That's pretty sad when the boss got to come in and chat something because y'all ain't here waiting. Dang. All right. Well, look, we can't be letting Cap come in here before y'all get in here. AP Ryan tried to make it in before, but he didn't quite make it. Good morning to you too. Dr. Dragon, Red, White, and Bills. Sorry, buddy. Had a little text conversation going with Sean this morning from Red, White, and Bills. You know, he's a humble guy. He knows what's going on. He knows what happened last night. Not jumping off a cliff. But yeah, I think we're both in agreement at what happened last night. I'll talk a little bit about it, but not too much. Jamaican from Zion, what's up, man? Everybody, pardon JFC while he lights his spliff. Dog Dean, how you doing? Oh, Dog Dean, good morning. This is Daddy Dean's dog, aka Dog Dean. Dog Dean. As he's showing up today because it's Snoop's DawgHouse. Yeah, I was just emulating all of our fellow friends up in NYC. Yes, it is Snoopy's DawgHouse today. We're gonna show up. Snoop's gonna bring his dogs. Whoever wants to come, if you ain't a dog, don't bother showing up tonight. Because this is Snoopy's DawgHouse. So don't bother showing up tonight at Hard Rock if you ain't a dog. That's all I'm saying. Mudbone, good morning. Day one, good morning. Adam Sadowski. And of course, Diggs, by the way, 7 over on Twitch. Good morning. Appreciate you watching us over on Twitch. We don't have many yet. Twitch is kind of a, it's that place you go to and you're like, oh, everybody ended up here after the club, huh? Yeah, that's Twitch. Just kidding, man. But if you be so kind, come over and give us a like on YouTube. Chat with everybody over here. We got a bunch of you watching already on this beautiful Monday morning. Little cloudy out, no rain. And as I said earlier, it's hot. And it's only getting hotter. In action last night, of course, you all saw the Bills go down to the Ravens, 35-10. The game opened up with a punt from Buffalo, and then on the very first play from scrimmage, Derrick Henry takes it to the house, 87 yards for the first touchdown of the game. And that was pretty much set the tone for the rest of the game. There wasn't nothing Buffalo was going to do. Buffalo demonstrated most of the game that they could not do anything to the Ravens defense. And I think we're starting to see the warts of Buffalo turning over their roster. Starting to see those come to the surface a little bit. Absolutely nobody to throw to in the secondary. And as I told Sean on the text, hey, you can say, yeah, McDermott proved his worth. He turned this defense around. He turned this, he's got a lot of guys gone, a lot of new guys coming in, a lot of young, big time changeover on defense. The defense is much younger. We've seen some decent performances out of Buffalo. They're 3-0 going into the game last night. And so you can credit McDermott a little bit for that, turning over the roster, getting guys ready. But let's face it, they haven't seen the likes of Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. And it's one thing to see it on film, as Sean pointed out. It's one thing to see it on film. But let's be real. These younger guys, this younger Buffalo defense got welcomed to the NFL last night by one Palm Beach County's own Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, of course. So shout out to the Ravens. They did the job. The Bills are feeling like the Dolphin fans normally do when you get a hurting put on you by the Ravens. It happens to everybody. Almost everybody. And it certainly can happen to everybody because, man, that Ravens team, Justice Hill, that dude is an absolute beast. You're going to have to, people talk about game planning for Henry. You got to every bit as much worry about Justice Hill as Derrick Henry. He can catch the ball. He's a hard runner. Smash mouth football going on in Baltimore right now. Good to see for them. And of course, what did it take for the Bills to lose like that? It took a quarterback that played his high school football in Palm Beach County. So, yes, it was Palm Beach County that defeated the Bills last night. I am taking a victory lap for the entire county. We talk a lot about them Miami-Dade boys, them Broward kids. They got the greatest schools in Florida down there playing football. Absolutely. Can't take anything away from them. But you know what? There seems to be quite a few guys that get up to the upper echelons, in the NFL that become household names. And believe it or not, a lot more of them are from Palm Beach County. So I did a little quick cursory search this morning. Sidebar from the game, by the way. I did a little cursory search this morning just to see how many familiar names in the NFL and previous NFL have been from Palm Beach County. By the way, there were 3 players drafted from Palm Beach County in the NFL draft this season. I believe all 3 were quarterbacks. That would be Jordan Travis, drafted by the New York Jets, or selected. Joe Milton. I had no idea Joe Milton was from Palm Beach County. And, of course, Michael Pratt with the Green Bay Packers. Jordan Travis was drafted 8th overall. And, of course, was sitting behind Aaron Rodgers right now. Then I pulled up another list. And this says players of American football from Palm Beach County, Florida. Now, I'm not going to, it's a long list, and there's a lot of old timers. I'm not going to go through the whole list. It's like, I don't know, 125 people on this list. But I am going to go scroll through some of the notables. Good morning, Manolo Rivera. Everybody hit the like button. I forgot to tell you to hit the like button. My bad. There's a poll I put in the chat. Will a Dolphins tight end score tonight? We'll get into that a little later about the tight end talk. But for those of you always looking for a sneaky little bet, I find it interesting that the media has made it a point to point out that a Dolphin tight end hasn't scored a touchdown since Mike Gesicki. They've been putting that little nugget out there everywhere. So, will a Dolphins tight end score tonight? Yes, no? Or the Dolphins don't have a tight end? We don't have tight ends. If you don't think we have what qualifies as a tight end, or you think that our usage is too low to even consider us having a tight end, then that would be your answer. Dolphins don't have tight ends. 39 of you voted already. Cool. Y'all are on time this morning. Got 17 likes, though, so we're going to need a few more likes before I stop rambling and getting into this game. Otherwise, we're going to talk about what I want to talk about, and that is these players from Palm Beach County. Simply because a quarterback that played his ball in Palm Beach County whooped the ever-loving dog doo-doo out of the Buffalo Bills last night. And that would be Lamar Jackson, number 1, starting with Boynton Beach High School's own Lamar Jackson. Boynton Beach sits about 10, 15 minutes down the road from me, only because of traffic. If I could go as fast as I wanted and there was no traffic and no red lights, I could be there in 3 minutes. What's up, Bones? And F you. So we got American wrestler and football player, and I didn't know this, Titus O'Neil. Thaddeus Michael Bullard Sr. Born April 29th, 1977. Wow. I'm actually about 3 months older than he is. Currently signed to the WWE, where he performs on the Raw brand under the ring name Titus O'Neil. Bullard played college football for the University of Florida and thereafter played in the Arena Football League. So he's not an NFL guy. But since he was in the WWE, I thought it'd be pertinent to point him out. And then, of course, Lamar Jackson. Born in 1977. We all know him to be the quarterback of the Baltimore Ravens. He played college football at Louisville, where he won the Heisman Trophy, Maxwell Award, Walter Camp Award, and was unanimously selected as an All-American as a sophomore in 2016. He, of course, played his football at Boynton Beach High School. Anthony Carter. Finished his college at University of Michigan. Played for the USFL and the National Football League. And we all know he played for the Vikings. My personal favorite, Fred Taylor. Belglade, Glade Central High School, Raiders. Palm Beach County's own Fred Taylor. Out from the muck, where they don't give up. You know the old phrase. Out from the sugarcane fields. And of course, we all remember him from the Jacksonville Jaguars, lighting up the league as a running back. Has his own podcast now too. Really good dude. Really well reserved, you know. It's a good watch. Anquan Bolden. Played 14 seasons in the NFL. Of course, you know he went to Florida State and was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals in the second round in 2003. Also played for the Baltimore Ravens, 49ers, and Detroit Lions. Went to Pahokee High School. Pahokee is just north of Glade Central High. So 1980 and 76 was Fred Taylor. So he's 4 years behind Fred Taylor, which means they likely, Anquan Bolden, he likely wouldn't have been ever shared the field with him on a Friday night. I don't know. It's close. They could have been on the field together. Pahokee and Glade Central play each other all the time. Janoris Jenkins. Born in 1988, nicknamed the Jackrabbit. Played for North Alabama, University of North Alabama, and University of Florida, and was drafted by the St. Louis Rams in the second round in 2012. Also played 4 seasons with the Giants. Also went to Pahokee High School. Brandon Flowers. Kansas City Chiefs. Born 1986. Drafted by the Chiefs in the second round of the 2008 draft. And it doesn't show his high school, but it says he's from Delray Beach. So it's likely going to be Atlantic, maybe, or Spanish River. I could look it up real quick, but I don't want to go through all of these. I don't want to pull them all up on Pro Football Reference. Pierre Garcon. Born 1986. Played college ball at Norwich University and Mount Union College, and was drafted by the Colts in the 6th round of the 2008 draft. Also played with the Redskins and 2 seasons with the Niners. He is from he is from Green Acres, Florida. Green Acres, Florida is El Capitan's hometown, pretty much. Wow, I had no idea Pierre Garçon was from Green Acres, Florida. That's amazing. That's like, I mean, I don't want to give myself up too much, but let's just say I'm not very far from Green Acres right now. Oh, wow. Devin Hester. Born 1982. We all know who he played for. A bunch of teams, mainly Chicago. He's from Riviera Beach, Florida. That would put him, without looking it up, that would put him right around maybe could have went to Palm Beach Lakes High, which is where I attended for 1 year. He could have went to, yeah, I guess that's pretty much the only one up that way. Unless he was a magnet student. He could have went anywhere if he was a magnet student. Where did Devin Hester go? Let's look. I'm going to look up Devin Hester real quick because I got to know where he went to high school. Yeah, born Riviera Beach, Florida. I have to do it on Pro Football Reference because this site doesn't have those details. Devin Hester. Chat's probably already telling me, but I'm not looking at the screen right now. Of course, he played for the University of Miami. He is a Hurricane. Suncoast. That was going to be my other guess. Suncoast High School in Florida. All right, Bones. Okay. I went there for my last half of my senior year. You know, Palm Beach Lakes High. They got the best band in the region. And they also, their main color is maroon, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember if they called it maroon at Palm Beach Lakes, but it was definitely maroon, which is also what my colors were over in Lake Worth as a Trojan. So I assimilated quite well at Palm Beach Lakes, so I didn't have to change my school colors very much. I think it might be maroon and gray. Ours were maroon and white. You can correct me, Bones, if I'm missing anything. Then, of course, you got Andre Waters. I'm going to run fast through a few of these. Kevin Bowie. These are some older guys. Carlos Jenkins. Mark Richt, which I think he's from Boca Raton. I think he coached. Wasn't he the coach of the Hurricanes for a minute? Then you got Palm Beach Gardens' own Matt Elam. Played for the Ravens. Then you got another boy from Boynton Beach, another quarterback. Man, Boynton Beach is just pumping out the quarterbacks. Craig Erickson had a great run with the University of Miami. Didn't do too much in the NFL. Serviceable in the NFL. Pernell McPhee went to Pahokee. Let's see. Lance Frazier. Reynaldo Hill. Jalen Parmalee. I wonder if he's no, he can't be Bernie's boy. He's from Boynton Beach as well. Played for the Ravens and the Jaguars and the Cardinals. Alfonso Smith. Ricky Jackson. Ricky Jackson. Played for the Saints, the Niners. Went to Pahokee as well. Yeah, Pahokee's just pumping them out. Howard Schnellenberger. We all know who Howard Schnellenberger is. Antone Smith. Greg Joseph. Place kicker for the Tennessee Titans for a long time. debuted with the Browns. Nick O'Leary. Cody Parkey. He's from Jupiter. John Bostic. Eric Green. Bobby Butler. I mean, and the list goes on and on and on. Irving Campbell. Eric Moore. Rashad Butler. Steve Bellisari. Corey Banks. I bet a lot of people don't realize. Tommy Lee Lewis. I bet really a lot of people don't realize how many people actually came from Palm Beach County and not further south. Now, if all these guys were playing when I was a kid, they would have been from the 305 because we did used to have that area code. So we got really strong ties with y'all. The 561 is strong, and we're pumping out the players. This list isn't updated quite yet, Bones, with a lot of the newer guys that are currently playing. I'd love to see a list of the guys currently playing. Yep, Jonathan Vilma, yep. Derek Crudup, Preston Parker, yeah, Bones is listing them out. And of course, yours truly. Played wide receiver most of the time. Of course, we had to go both ways, so technically I played a little safety. And they threw me in one game. They threw me at a right tackle because somebody had to get to the quarterback. Good morning, Pam. I think we were playing Cardinal Newman that day. And the coaches were mad at me for taking a practice off during the week to go do a ROTC event. So they basically benched me that day. Well, sort of benched me. They benched me as a wide receiver. And then around the fourth quarter, I got a little action because I guess they have to put everybody in. So they threw me in on right tackle. Look, I didn't drop anything thrown to me, but I guess the coaches had to make a point. You don't miss practice. It's football or nothing else. That's how it was when I was growing up. So I guess, people have to understand that when people go at these players for their extracurricular activities and all that, especially the night before a game, and things like that, it's not our business, and as long as they perform and all that. But people have to understand that a lot of people like me grew up in a whole different mindset from our coaches, where I got punished because I wanted to better myself in another area in school. It was football or nothing else. And we weren't even that great a team. So it's not like, it wasn't like Friday Night Lights in Lake Worth. You know what I mean? It's not like we had scouts all hanging out all the time, and it's not like it is down in Broward and Dade. I mean, there are, because you have your standouts, which obviously I just ran through a long list of standouts from Palm Beach County. So certainly you have recruiters and scouts and all that, but not quite to the level like you do in south of here, where the football teams kind of run the show like they do in Texas, Friday Night Lights style. I mean, they're already starting to talk about NIL deals for the kids down in Broward and Dade. I mean, it's crazy. What's up, Banana? Bahanana? Bahanana. Jose's in the chat. True Blazer. Everybody hit the like button. I'm dead serious. Got 31 likes, 43 viewers. So that means that like 12 of you or so are being like, I don't know. And we got 73 of you voted. So there's 40 some people that took the time to vote but couldn't go click that like button. It takes 2 seconds and it's absolutely free. And it is just like, it's the easiest, freest way to support the channel's growth. X Factor, how's it going? Think we're going to get a win today? Yes, I do. I'm screaming it loud. We are going to get a dub tonight. So 76 have voted so far. 46% of you think a tight end will score tonight. 41% say no. And 14% don't think we have anything that you could qualify as a tight end. So that would mean that most of you think a tight end is not scoring tonight. We'll see if those numbers change as more of you roll in. This is Coffee and a Cup of Color Game Day edition. You know what? It's nice to come here on a Monday morning and not have to talk about the game before, but get to talk about the game coming up. That is freaking awesome. It makes for a fun show. If you guys really want to scream and yell at each other later, I'm not going to go forever because I got to get ready for the game. To get ready to head down to Hard Rock. I like to try to get there early for the festivities. But I'll let y'all come up and talk if you're really screaming about it. But other than that, we're going to go through the game. Going to go through all the rundown of it like I always do. Talk a little bit about Tyler Huntley and our tight ends, which I think could prove to be a huge key to this ball game tonight. And I think the flag has been run up on a flagpole to see, to signal that. That's kind of, CB83, good morning. Says, I like Jonu on a score tonight on a Snoop scramble. I mean, you're a game script kind of guy like me sometimes. You think of those things, and I can picture the same thing, man. I really can. I can picture this, 20-yard line, just inside the red zone. Snoop trying to make something happen, finds him in the end zone. I mean, I can completely see something like that. And it could be any one of the tight ends. I know Jonu's the guy kind of, that you expect to be the playmaker. But I know we've started slow on the Durham Smythe end this year, but I still believe in his ability to catch the football. It's not something that's been consistently a problem over his career. It's not like, you don't get to a 76% catch rate by going through spells. You know what I mean? It's just, this would literally be his first one. If you want to talk about the dropsies, but they are there, and it is something you have to think about, and he has to correct, or I can't stand up for him. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was thinking of doing the same thing here on the show. I want to go through a couple, possible little sneaker bets, tell you what I got going on, but also I want to run through and really think this out of the players we have, who we could expect to score, and in what types of situations would create that score for that given player, and we can tally that up and say this is the reasonable expectation of what we should score tonight overall. And I think that scenario with given Snoop's style of play and what I think we plan to implement tonight, yeah, that is a green light on the tight end, namely Jonu Smith, and he has to make that catch. That's all there is to it. He has to make that catch because the ball will be coming. I firmly believe that you're right about that, CB. But we'll see, you know. It could be like every other game where we don't even know they're there, you know. I just can't imagine that we're going to be running the same, you know, scheming with a completely different type of quarterback. And everybody knows it's a completely different type of quarterback. So I suspect that there's going to be a lot of, man, I don't understand this, or this is just stupid. So I'm going to use what I know how to get yardage, and that's my legs and my ability to throw while I'm running. And I can't imagine that we haven't adjusted our practice to start to include more, you know. Everybody thinks that when I say we don't do comeback drills and all that, that as if we don't know how. It's just something we don't practice because it's not a huge part of our game. We're expecting to win by execution and getting things right. And so that we don't find ourselves in a situation to need our receivers running scramble drills. They're professional football players. They know how to do it. It's just a matter of being a directive because of knowing who your quarterback is and what they plan and what their game plans to be like. And then training on it. Like you haven't done it in a while. You haven't really focused on that in a while. So have a few practices where you actually focus on that. I'm not talking about teaching them. They already know. You know, so I suspect that Snoop's going to be able to find somebody if he finds himself on a scramble. He'll likely be able to find somebody open, given our speed and talent at wide receiver. You know, it'll be a different game. It'll be a different for them. It's like they're not going to, it's not, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Snoop comes in and runs the timing thing perfectly and never looks back and never had a problem in practice, whatever. I just don't see that being his game. I looked at his entire highlight reel. I saw none of that. And by the way, that highlight reel looks great. I wish I could show it. His arm is live. You know. Well, I guess we'll start with the Tyler Huntley talk since we're here. I could look at the numbers, but to be real, he has so many games he's as a backup where he's come in relief and all that it's almost pointless to really look at his statistics as you would traditionally any other starting quarterback to try to garner what you could expect out of him. I do know that last year in Baltimore, he finished the season with a 99.3 passer rating. And that was with very minimal action. You know, so that's nothing. I mean, he played one sort of full game against Pittsburgh. I think because they had already sat Lamar Jackson, and he threw for like 146 yards and a touchdown. Had a touchdown against us. One pass for one touchdown in the 56-19 drubbing that we got from them last year. But the main bulk of his action was in 2021. where he played let's see. He played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games of substance. Mostly losses. Beat the Bears 16-13. But what I'm noticing here is every one of these losses were like by 1 to 3 points. So it kind of looks like, we're going to have to step up for this guy too. It's no different than any other backup quarterback, practice squad quarterback. We got to ease up on the hype a little bit. However, in those games, he threw for 219, 270, 215, 197, and 141. And I just can't imagine that we can't, given our talent that we have yet to put together this year. Obviously, we have yet to show up for any quarterback. I have to put that out there. But if our team is going to get its act together, I firmly believe that when you talk about wins above replacement for the team that we have as opposed to the team that Baltimore had that year, I like our chances of being in the mid 200 range of passing yardage tonight and a couple touchdowns. I could even see him putting a touchdown on the board with his legs. Our defense has been phenomenal for the most part. If we can get that championship level points per game number, 17 to 20 tonight, then the Dolphins need 3 touchdowns and a field goal to win this game. We need 3 touchdowns and a field goal. Would almost guarantee it. 3 touchdowns would still win it. Because I don't see anything from the Tennessee Titans that suggests that they have any intention of challenging anybody on offense. They are, I can't imagine that they're not in full tank mode. Given they've got a brand new coach, a quarterback that they're obviously not going to believe in going forward. Then we can move on to 2022. I didn't even look at 2020. What happened in 2020? I only came in relief a couple times. So we move on to 2022. And he had a couple games started, 4 of them. Another one, he came in relief and threw 187 yards, but he didn't start that game. But I still count it as that's the bulk of the game he played there. You have to play the bulk of the game to get 187 yards. Ironically, that game, they beat Denver by the same score that Denver beat the Jets yesterday, 10-9. And in those games, except for one where he threw 88 yards, he had over 100 yards passing, right? So I took those games. I took the games from 2021, and I took the games he didn't have any. He had one game plus his playoff game where he had over 100 yards passing. He had 146 against Pittsburgh. And then, of course, in the playoff game hold on. Let me get that up real quick. Pull that up real quick. Where was it? 2021? Let me go back to his overview. He had one playoff game, right? No, I had two, 2020 and 2022. 2020 was just junk time. 2022 was a real one, and that was he threw for 226 yards, 2 touchdowns, and almost beat the Cincinnati Bengals. So I factored that game and all the other games where he threw over 100 yards, where he had the bulk of the action. And I averaged out the yardage for those games. And his yards per game for those games has been 175.8. So you have to ask yourself, how much more than 175.8 do you think that our team, not as it's been playing, but as we know it has the ability to play, how many more yards do you think we can get tonight than 175.8? Because the over-under is right around 162.5. And I got Paul Walker driving by. Sorry about that. So that's really what you got to ask yourself. What do you believe? You know what I mean? Do you believe we can get a bunch more than 175.8? Because if we do, we likely beat the Tennessee Titans. Let's be real here. We can't start thinking down to these inferior opponents, especially when we got a guy that can run and sling the ball. He is what he is. He's not a superstar. But neither was Geno Smith, neither was Sam Darnold, neither was a whole host of other quarterbacks that are starting to make a resurgence. It's up to him. I know his heart's in it. Man played his ball at Hallandale Beach High, went to born in Pompano. The dude is a Dolphins fan. The dude grew up right down the road from the stadium he's playing in tonight. And I'm going to be there to give the kid a warm welcome. I ain't none of that. Have your bags ready, but don't come into the stadium wearing them. When he comes out to warm up, the few people that are already in the stadium need to make him feel welcome. We need to make him know we're there and we're here for him. The team might not be here for him. The coaches might not be here for him. Ross might not be here for him. But I'm going to that game tonight for Tyler Huntley. That's who I'm going to that game tonight for. Everybody in the Tri-County area should be lined up for that game tonight for this kid. He could save our season. He can make it something to be proud of. And if it means, oh, we burn our chance to get a quarterback, sorry about your luck, tankies. I'm not a tanker. I never have been. Thank you, Joe Riss, for the $2 donation. Winning juice. Oh, I like that. I like that. Sipping on winning juice. I know, Miami kid. But they're kind of torn because they want him to be able to keep the table set for Tua when he comes back. So, again, we don't know how it's going to play out tonight on the political end. But if the team shows up, I said the same thing last week. It's just a different backup quarterback this week. The same thing applies to every back. Same thing applies to Tua. If the team shows up, we win. Period. End of story. I don't know why this team and its fan base has always thought it's been about something else. I can make that my take every single week and be right that that's what it's about for every team. Ask Josh Allen whether he needs his team to show up for him or not. We talk about all quarterbacks need weapons. All quarterbacks need this, that, the other. No, they don't. They just need their team to show up. These scouts and these NFL executives and these coaches, they've done their homework. They've given all these guys psych tests. These are the best football players in the world. Even the worst NFL player, even Skylar Thompson, is one of the best football players in the entire planet. Even the ones on our practice squad are the best in the entire planet. We talk about Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Malik Wash, all these guys. How can we not be the best? That's the best roster. No, it's not. Tell that to Derrick Henry, Justice Hill, Isaiah Likely, Rashad Bateman. Tell that to all them. Kyle Hamilton. Lamar Jackson. Tell them we got the best roster in the NFL. Tell Josh Allen he don't need his team to show up. Tell Dalton Kincaid that he's better than Durham Smythe after last night. And I forgot to add one more name to that former name to that Baltimore squad. Tyler Snoop Huntley. Hit the like button, everybody. I'm already almost at an hour. This is flying by. I love it. I love game day. And I love coming here talking to you all in the morning and having this outlet because, man, I'd be sitting on the couch and time would be dragging right now. It's Monday. The soap operas will start eventually. The whole day will become boring. But nah, I got you guys to come talk to. It's freaking awesome. What's up, Scummy? Thank you, bro. Scummy says he's FaceTiming Kincaid right now to let him know. I love it. It's kind of, I mean, speaking of the tight ends, it's kind of why I feel the same way CB83 does about the tight ends because they just, I mean, they have to get involved. And Tyler Huntley is the type of quarterback that's going to get them involved. You would hope, unless he's directed not to. I think there's a lot of people in this league. This is the type of quarterback Tyler Huntley is. Okay. If you don't believe that the fix is in, if you don't believe that the tank is in, if you're not one of these people that think he's paid to come here to lose by a couple points every game and look good doing it, if you don't think that, then that's who I want to talk to. I don't want to talk to people that think that. I'm talking to the people that think we're actually trying to win. I'm not foolish. I can understand that whether I think we're trying to win or not don't mean we actually are. I get that. But there's no point in talking about all that right now because if you think we're tanking, then you can fire up a show and start to talk about draft prospects. I ain't doing that here. I just got through doing that for 6 months. I ain't doing it. We got a game on the table that we can win, that we should be able to win easily. Yes, even with our backup. Ask Green Bay what they think about their backup as opposed to their starter today. But it is really nice to come and talk to y'all. We're going to get into the game here. Actually, before we get into the game, I just want to point out that the Dolphins are suffering with the lowest QBR in the league right now. Of course, Tua only played 2 games, but he's at 31.2 QBR. I do want to point out, the reason I pointed that out is only because Will Levis sits at 30th ranked at 29.7. We're playing ourselves tonight. I should say, we're playing the same offensive production tonight that we have been giving other teams. Pass and run block win rates didn't change much because we haven't played yet. They haven't updated all that stuff for last week. It didn't change much after the loss. We're still sitting at 7th at run and 20th at pass. I did want to point out, though, one thing. We do have a guy, a defensive tackle that made it to the pass rush win rate list. Currently ranked 14th is none other than Calais Campbell. Now, you could argue for the people out there that are all about comparing to who he replaced, Christian Wilkins is actually ranked second right now in defensive tackle pass rush win. But you have to keep in mind that Calais Campbell was much less money and is in his 17th season, being completely serviceable. So 10 and 47, 4 and 34. There's some other categories that they flip. So I don't think we can make a comparison other than raw results on the field. And I would say that Calais Campbell has done more to help our team win in the wins we do have, the one win we do have, than I should say he's done more to get our defense off the field than Christian Wilkins has. So you have to look at it relatively speaking. Who's texting me? And Cap texting me already? Yeah, that's true, Cap. That's true, El Cap. Sorry, guys. I got a little distracted there. Hit the like button. That like button is so fun to hit, especially when it like bling. You know. Also, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell, and visit TFTGnetwork.com. Centralize your browser, make it your homepage, bookmark it, and make it your homepage. And that way, it's easy to get all of our stuff, socials, all that stuff, YouTube content, and of course the TFTG shop. I'm hoping we can get brown bags over Dolphin t-shirts coming pretty soon. I'm hoping. I don't know if it'll look anything like this, but I already got a preliminary idea just in case we need it. This is only in case we need it. Now, of course, it would have to be doctored up to look more like a Miami Dolphin, but you get the idea. I want to pass those out at the stadium one day. I don't want to, but I will. Don't want nobody suffocating by putting bags over their head. There's an easier way to do it. All right, so let's get into some stats for our Dolphins real quick. Then we'll get into the tail of the tape on the game. I got to find my stinking page. There it is. 2024 Football Power Index. Now, this ESPN has their power index, but this is their mathematical power index from their analytics department. Currently, you got San Francisco as the top team in the league, followed by the Baltimore Ravens and Kansas City Chiefs. Sitting at 30th would be your beloved Miami Dolphins, followed by the Carolina Panthers and the New England Patriots, with a negative 4.5 power index. Efficiencies. Everybody knows I like to track the efficiencies throughout the year. ESPN Analytics does a good job of showing you how efficient your offense is, your defense, your special teams, and as well as both of them combined. Currently in overall efficiency, As a team, the Miami Dolphins are ranked 32nd. As an offense, the best offense in the league is ranked 31st in efficiency. On defense, the Miami Dolphins are ranked 22nd. Now these are I can tell already. I've looked at these last week and they're already different. So I do understand this, that these numbers have been updated since all the teams played yesterday. So they're a little skewed. However, the 31st and 32nd, and that was the same. We were 19th on defense before action yesterday, to be fair. And I only mention it because the only bright side of our team, we're currently ranked 28th on special teams in efficiency. Projections, we got to do it. We got to look at the projections. I always do it. You know me. I'm not going to get into the percentages of playoff chances and all that stuff because they're too low. It'll be too disheartening. But I will say that currently the Miami Dolphins, according to ESPN Analytics, are projected to have a 6.4 10.6 record, which means that you could round down the 6 or round up the 10 to 11. And if you do both, that is a 6-11 record projected for the Miami Dolphins to have. With a 1.4% chance of winning the division. That can change overnight. Everybody knows that it does. Either way, everybody knows how high a chance we had to win the division last year, and everybody knows how fast that number fell when we lost to Tennessee. So we have a chance tonight to rectify that mistake, at least against Tennessee, and I look forward to doing it. All right, let's see here. Where is the game cast? Here we go. Okay. Game odds, according to ESPN Bet, the Dolphins are minus 2.5 favorites to win this game. The over-under is 37.5. Moneyline has the Titans at plus 125, the Dolphins at minus 145. Currently, the Dolphins are projected to win this game 51.9% of the time. Notables on the year: Will Levis, 64 for 94, 579 yards, 4 TDs, 5 interceptions. On the other hand, we had to 40 for 62, 483 yards, 2 TDs, 3 interceptions. But as we know, our backup has nothing on the year, so don't really have nothing to go on there. Rushing yards, Tony Pollard on the year, 38 carries, 158 yards, 1 touchdown. Devon Achane for the Dolphins, 43 carries, 150 yards, and 1 touchdown. On the receiving end, they got Ridley, 8 receptions, $138, 1 TD. And we got Hill, 13 receptions, $194, and 1 touchdown as well. Notable injuries: L'Jarius Sneed, still questionable. Amani Hooker, questionable. Jeffrey Simmons, downgraded to doubtful yesterday. And of course, questionable now, popping up as questionable, is Raheem Mostert. And Malik Washington is questionable. David Long Jr., doubtful. That'll be a little tough. Last 3 games, Titans have lost all 3. Dolphins are 1-2. Let's see, one other thing really quick. Today, Monday, I'm going to the evening game time forecast for tonight. You all know that Culler over at TFTG has been spot on to bring you the weather forecast and has been perfectly accurate every single game this year. Most people just look at they just pull up, oh, what does it look like today? And they think that applies for the whole day. Well, AccuWeather can let you actually look at the evening forecast in particular. And tonight they have it at 82 degrees. It's going to feel like 90. Humidity at 77%. So it should be another little wet one with no rain. 3% chance of precipitation. And the wind is out of the southeast at 7 miles an hour with gusts up to 9. So there shouldn't be too much wind. Moving on into the night. Game starts at 7:30, so it's kind of evening and night. We're going to be looking at 80 degrees, real feel of 88. So it should cool off a little bit, but not much. Sounds like an excellent night for football. Sounds like an excellent night to run some more. Tickets are as low as $28 on Vivid Seats. It's ridiculously low. And so tell us what you think. Get me some score predictions in here now that you've heard my case for why we got a really good shot to win this game. Let's talk about who's going to score tonight. Who can we be sure, I should say, and what kind of game script scenarios do you envision for these players to get a touchdown? Start putting them in. Tell me who you think is going to score tonight for the Dolphins first. Individually. Think of a game script in your head, even if it's just one series or one play or one scenario where you think this particular player X is going to get a score. You can even include Jason Sanders field goals. Let's say if you think we're going to get down to the 15 on a series, shoot ourselves in the foot, and then have to kick a field goal. You can include Sanders if you want. So we got Achane, obviously. Timothy says Waddle scores first. We'll wait till a few more people. What I'll do is I'll wait till a few people put in a guy's name to add him to the list of score. Oh, yeah, Cap, you can talk about defense too. So we definitely got Achane. So start with the throwing for Huntley if you want to think about Huntley. How many touchdowns realistically do you think Huntley would max out at? Now, he does have our roster, but he also has never played with it before. So that's 2 now for Huntley on the run TD. That's also 2 for a defensive score. So now we got 1 touchdown for Achane. We got 1 touchdown for Huntley of running it in, and we got 1 touchdown for the defense so far. We got a Smythe scores. We got another Waddle score, so we might add Waddle to the list. You think Waddle's going to score? We got Hill. We got to vote for Hill. You got to figure. Here, let's do it like this. We'll figure in 1 touchdown for Waddle and Hill as a tandem. One of them is going to get it. You can almost guarantee one of those 2 would get a touchdown. Now, this is all supposing that everybody shows up, obviously. Okay, so we got a touchdown for Waddle and or Hill. So where are we up to now? Four touchdowns? Yep, we're up to 4 touchdowns. Now, you know that we've been the most penalized team in the just about in the league. So you know we're going to have a drive that stalls inside the on the Titan side of the field. So that's going to be a field goal. So now we're up to 31. Let's stop there so we can be realistic for the fact that we're playing with a fresh new quarterback and all that. Let's stop right there to be realistic. Now let's go on the Titans side. Give me some names of guaranteed players almost to get a touchdown on the Titans side. Think of all the game scripts. Even if you think Tyler's going to throw a pick 6 or something or fumble the ball and whatever. So we got Ridley. We got one for Ridley. Hopkins. Steve McNair. Gotta love Scummy. As bad as their team is, he might score from the life after. Pollard. Titans kicker. Nobody has said it, either one of them twice yet. We'll give a touchdown to the first person that says somebody twice. Pollard, that's one on a screen to the house. Okay, so Pollard gets a touchdown. Okonkwo? Who's that, Greg? We got to be talking about people that we've heard of before, bro. We're talking about guaranteed touchdowns here, not you know. Oh, he's their tight end. All right. Oh, yeah, okay. We'll give a touchdown to their tight end. Tajay Spears, Tyler Boyd. I mean, I don't know about Tyler Boyd. Dad Dean says no Tennessee touchdowns. Tyler Boyd going off. All right. Well, I'll give you guys Tyler Boyd if you really want it. I don't believe in the guy, but all right. I guess if you're talking about which of their receivers is likely to get one, okay, we'll give you Tyler. No, they got Hopkins and I can see Hopkins getting a touchdown. Okay, so we're at 2 touchdowns. That's 2. Calvin Ridley. Yeah, he has been their main guy so far. Is D-Hop hurt or something? That's 2 votes for Ridley. So, okay, so Ridley gets a tutty. So we're up to 3. keep in mind, y'all called for a defensive score. So if we're decimating them like that on defense, we almost got to stop right here. You know? So there you go. Dolphins win 31-21. I think we're going to make an effort, hopefully, to stop a big play because that's really the only thing we've been giving up. When you listen to Anthony Weaver talk about our defense, you know, he talks about not starting fast, like starting slow, which is, you know, why we end up giving a big play up. But as soon as we give up that big play, our defense starts to focus and get real. And what he was talking about was trying to get us in that frame of mind before the big play happens. Because once the big play happens and we get a fire lit under us, our defense is top notch. We've shut everybody down. He's trying to get us to do that without having to be stung to get us to do it. He's trying to say, look, you need to find ways to be stung before that happens. You need to be ready and, you know, 100%, 110% without having to be stung. You need to feel that way going into the game. And that way we can really clamp things down, you know, from the start of the game. So we don't give up a big play tonight. It could be really sad the whole game for Tennessee. That doesn't mean that Tyler Huntley comes in and throws a billion touchdowns, but it could mean something like a shutout, you know, maybe 20-0 or, you know, 24-0 or something. I mean, I hate to talk in those terms because then we turn around and get blown out or something. But I mean, look, if that's going to happen, then, you know, then you can start talking about tank. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You know, I'm not a tanker. I'm not going to sit here and act like we're that bad. Miami's defense is statistically bad, Tresner. You're correct. But let's not act like there ain't reasons for that. Timothy says Chop's going to get his first sack tonight. Guess we'll see about that. I don't even know he gets in the game. So Vegas odds for the game. I mean, I don't go to MGM or anything like that. I usually use Hard Rock, which we can get into right now. Because I do already have a couple, you know, like fun throwaway money bets. Look, I throw out some ideas out there for a bet. And a lot of times it's because it's like, I got to make sure you know that when I say, hey, this is a bet that requires you to have money you can throw out the window and it is completely for fun. I'm not you know, because anybody can tell me, oh, that's a stupid bet, Culler. Well, yeah, probably. I usually look for crazy ones and ones that I can have fun with. I'm not an expert gambler. I'm not in it to like increase my bankroll other than, hey, if I get lucky a couple times and it gets big, yeah, then I'll start like, okay, let's pick all the sure winners. I'm just not into that. It to me, it's, you know, you got to have fun first. If I tell you, hey, this is kind of like, I'll give you the reasons why I'll make a certain bet. And there's still going to be valid reasons, but, you know, it's still going to be stuff that people would be like, they're going to be high odds stuff, you know, like, or high risk stuff. Unless I tell you, no, this is like serious, you know. But I generally don't make those bets. Those ones are easy to find. They're all the ones with the minus next to them, next to the number. It's like obvious stuff. Like, is Tyreek Hill going to get 25 yards tonight at minus 300? Of course he is. Yeah, you can make that bet. But that's no fun. So I put 5 on it. That's what I usually do if I find something I want to play with. I'll throw $5 on it. So right now, Hard Rock has the Dolphins also minus 2.5. I've seen it as high as minus 3.5. Hard Rock has the over under at 37 even with minus 110 odds. And currently I got a couple tickets going. I got Jalen Waddle to record 25 plus receiving yards in each half. What do y'all think about that before I tell you the odds on it and all that? What do y'all think about that? Do you think Jalen Waddle will get 25 or more receiving yards in each half? 25. That's all we need. That could be that could be one catch for Waddle each half. Tresner says to take the multiplier and make it 50. I don't know about each half though, Tresner, because you got to remember he could get, 75 in one half and 25 in the other, or 40 in the other. You know what I mean? Exactly. He says, never mind. Oh, each half, never mind. I would definitely do the multiplier on 50 overall, certainly. He could get that on one play. I got you. So I don't see no yes or no's. What do y'all think? Yes or no? Waddle get 25 yards in each half? Well, we're doing the East-West stuff, 310, Mike. Don't make no mistake. I just think it's going to come in more of the form of an RPO. I think McDaniel's probably just going to take his head out of it and run an RPO and just say, hey, utilize his legs, all that. Defenses have kind of need to retrain on that, as Washington has been showing with Jaden Daniels. They forgot, let's get back to how we defeat the RPO. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of points put on us real quick. And that's what happened yesterday again with Washington. I think they had 45 points yesterday. So Timothy says, yeah. Tresner says, yeah. So I'm kind of liking my chances on that one. You can get plus 400 odds on that bet. That's I put in $5 to win 20. I mean, obviously to win 25 because you get your bet back. But so $5 to win 25 on that bet. Jalen Waddle to record 25 plus receiving yards in each half, plus 400. Now you might say, "Oh, $5 to win 25." Well, I'm talking it through for the people that have a little more in their bankroll that might want to throw $1 on that. At plus 400, that's $400. You know what I mean? Here's the other one I got. Dolphins to win all 4 quarters. Well, I would, Tresner, but I'm my bankroll doesn't support that quite yet. Yeah. So, do you think the Dolphins are going to win all 4 quarters? In other words, we could start seven, like first quarter could be 7-0 for the Dolphins. Okay, so we win that quarter. And then the next quarter, we score 2 touchdowns. What I'm trying to say is there could be a scenario where, like, let's say we scored a touchdown in the first quarter, we win that quarter 7-0. Then the next quarter is we don't score nothing, and it's still 7-0. We didn't win the second quarter just because it's still 7-0. We have to. It's per each quarter score. So you could, win a quarter by 3, and then, only win a quarter by a certain amount the next quarter and be losing the game and still have won the quarter. So the point is each quarter. So if you think the Dolphins will score more points in each given quarter than the Titans, then you can get plus 1,500 odds on that. $5 to win $80. Of course, you can factor that up to the 100 if you do 100. Like if you're the type of person that does $100 bet, it's easier to factor on 100 when you're thinking about the odds. Tresner says Dolphins win first 2, then Titans win the next 2. Yep, so that's a no for Tresner. Tresner thinks the Titans are winning anyway. That's fair enough. All right, so Tresner don't like my chances on that one. All right. Keep commenting if you all agree or disagree. Dolphins to win all 4 quarters. Can't be a tie. And that's all I have currently right now on the betting lines. That's all I've done so far. If you guys have any that you've seen, I want to look through some more. But if you guys have already seen some that you like with some crazy odds that make it fun, let me know in the chat. You might have come across a game prop you like or whatever. We can look through a couple of them really quick. Let's see here. We see the total points. I mean, you could get plus 110 odds on over 38 points for the game. $38. Matter of fact, I might do that. 38 points is like, look, if the game is 24-20, that's 44 points. If the game is 20-20, that's 40 points. So I'm the type of person, look, the over-under right now is 37. I would add to that and still take the over. I would add plus 1 to that and take the over at plus 110. Easily. Let's see if they got more. Yeah, they do. You got where is it? Spread. No, I don't want both of them. Oh, total points. That's what I was looking at. Show more. You got at 40 points, that's plus 135. So let's say you bet $100 on that. You're winning 235 for over 40 points. And Will Zane agreed. Low scoring probably will be, but even low scoring could get you 41. I think they're being a little bit conservative on that 37. I mean, they're assuming that both these teams are trash, blah, 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 and whatever. But you know dang well if we get our stuff right, we could have Denver all of a sudden. Let's not forget, our backups came in the Denver game and did just fine. You know, it could easily turn into that if we get our junk straight. Fix our problems. Exactly. And if they aren't Tresner, if they're not trash either, and they show up, you telling me 40 points is low? I mean, is high? Nah, I'll take that 40 at plus 135. Of course, for the fun of it, obviously. Yeah, we do. This morning. Yo, y'all used to come in here in the mornings every morning. I know I ain't as lively and I ain't as purty as Stephen D. I know he's a lovable guy. I get it. But there ain't no other Dolphins content past Miss Finn's at 9 o'clock. So here I am, and I'm bringing it to you every morning. So let's get hyped up for this game. Let's get going, man. This ain't no this. I mean, it's a celebration. It's game day. We got a football game to play tonight, and if you're a fan of the Miami Dolphins, you should be excited. Hey, whatever. You don't have to be. You can still be a fan and not be excited. I know all the tankies are out there, but yo, that's just gonna make it nicer at the stadium for me. I might wear a business suit tonight and bring my tablet and take notes. From what I understand, AP Ryan, Stephen D is doing quite well. He got himself an actual gig. From what I understand, I don't know if it's not on the air, but I know that's probably what it'll lead to if he's in the building. Not the Dolphins building, like just a building in general. Color in a purple suit, right? I have my briefcase with my little dolphin sticker on it. I don't even need to bring all that. All I got to do is bring my Moto 5G stylus. I do not get paid for telling you all this, but this is a great phone, and I love it. And everybody should buy one. Hey, Motorola, call me. They got way better script writers than I do. Than I am, I should say. All right, what's Miss Finn's got to say? She must have just finished up. She's saying 31-17 Dolphins win. So, Miss Finn's, I know you were just finishing up your show. You might not have heard us go through it. But the audience and I went through a game script. You know, in our minds, we went through all our own little game scripts. And we assigned touchdowns to all the playmakers on both teams and all that. And we came up with 31-21, Miami. Now, of course, it's all supposing that everybody on both sides shows up. And of course, on the poll, if you haven't voted in the poll, Miss Fins, which I know you have, follow Miss Finn's lead. Vote in the poll. Will the Dolphins tight end score tonight? Will a Dolphins tight end score tonight? Yes, no, or the Dolphins don't have tight ends. Currently, the yeses and nos margin is getting a lot slimmer. 125 of you have voted already. That's great turnout so far. It's now the no's have now overtaken. 47% say no. 43 Or is that 48? 48%. So it's still yes is favoring. No, it can't be because that would be over 100. It's 43 say yes, and 10% say we don't have tight ends. And it's, as I'm watching it, it's going back and forth. It's now tied yes and no. So get your votes in. We're doing pretty good on likes. We got 61 likes with 60 in the building. Hit the like button so you can get more people in the building if you already haven't. And if you're on Twitter, Twitch, or any other platform hearing my voice, get over to YouTube and give us a like and subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so you know when we're going live. And of course, as we become more friendly to ears, we are getting more. We are in the Apple Podcasts and Spotify networks now, and we will be pumping more content into that as we, start to make things a little more friendly on most of our shows. At least this one in the morning, anyway. We're more like PG-13 here. Not G, but not R either. Although you could say R these days is like PG-13 was when we were growing up, to be real. But R can also be pretty bad. It takes a lot to get to the NC-17 rating. Anyway, hit the like button. Tell everybody about us. Share this show out. Have a cup of coffee. I know I am. Maybe we'll get an appearance from you-know-who at some point to come derail the show, take us all off kilter. I don't know. Maybe I'll drop the link. I wanted to go about 2 hours. We're at 1:42. We got about 20 minutes or so, maybe a little longer. I got stuff I got to do to get done before the game. But if y'all want to come up and yell, go ahead. We're not going to do it long, but I wouldn't mind hearing some people's opinions about the game. I mean, if you're just going to come up and say we're tanking and we're going to lose, then, okay. But that really doesn't do much for anybody. Jamie Reichard in chat now. How you doing? Jose's been holding it down. Will Zane coming in. Tresner don't like our chances tonight. We'll see. We'll see. All right. We got everybody's favorite jawbreaker, Fred, in the building. Now, Fred, just tell me we're going to lose, man, and we're tanking, and I'm just going to be like, sorry, Fred.
No, Culler, I don't do it. I don't do it like that, man. I'm always looking up, man. I'm always looking up for the team, man. And by the way, man, I'll be checking you out this morning, going in the afternoon, man. You're doing a real good job, man. I like what you're doing.
Oh, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're just trying to, we want to be regular in the morning, fill this slot because Steven used to do a great job, and everybody was, everybody show up every morning and have a great time. And I just want to give a place for people to do that. Obviously the amount of energy it takes to run those types of panels is, a lot. So I'm trying to keep that to like Mondays after the game, and in this case before the game, and then, somewhere around Wednesday or something. But we also want to try to, we don't have a swear jar per se, but we are also trying to get more content out to the podcast networks. And you know what that means.
Yeah, Culler, but I also have to ask you something, man. Like, what is your sample size? Like, what I mean by is how many games does Huntley have to lose, or maybe to win, or maybe win for you to decide, can we go forward with him maybe in the next year, bro?
Well, that's a very deep question, and it's a great question. Especially a great question to have, with a few guests. So real quick, before I get into answering that, I want to welcome Pam, of course. How you doing, Pam?
Hey, Culler, I'm doing good. And just for the record, everybody wants to be regular in the morning.
Oh, yeah. Preferably regular in the morning. That's why I drink coffee.
Right.
Get you nice and regular. How's it going, Tim the Fin Man? What's you up to?
Morning. How everybody doing?
Pretty good. I think we've all pretty much resigned ourselves to the worst, expecting the worst, and now we can all hope for the best.
Right. And besides, like, things went pretty good for us this weekend. It's not too much we can be mad at. It would have been better if the Chiefs would have lost. But for the most part, Steelers lost, Bills lost, Jets lost, Patriots lost. Hey man, we ain't that far back.
Well, it buys us time, is what it does. If, in other words, if we're still serious as an organization about winning this season, which is obviously another discussion, you know what I mean? But if we're going to go on and operate in the paradigm that we're serious about this season, then yeah, the results this week have bought us a whole bunch of time. Absolutely.
I agree. And I got great hopes. I really do. I think with some small adjustments, although I do believe there needs to be some large adjustments. I don't see them happening in a week, but with some small adjustments, I see this team doing really well, especially because I feel like the defense is its own island. It's its own team, and it's doing really good.
I tend to agree that overall in the macro, I'm really happy with the defense. I know we can look at it statistically and call it whatever we want, but I think when you listen to what Weaver says about our defense, he's got a very firm temperature on it. And I think he's spot on. You know what I mean? And the things that he says that he needs to get fixed with the group, are exactly what I like. I am in full agreement with what our issues are. But when you look at overall in the macro, which is what I tend to do with defense, because really it comes down to how many points you're giving up. Because points giving up is how you lose games. You know what I mean? So to me, it's like the big play, for instance. You can look at the big play and say, well, yeah, we give up that big play. That was trash. Well, yeah, it was trash on that play. But then when you look at the overall end result of the game, we shut down this team in the second half, a couple teams, you know what I mean? Like what Weaver was saying was, we can't wait. We can't have a big play during a game be what lights a fire under our rear. We got to light that fire under our rear in practice, before the game, getting up to the game, and in the first, part of the game. Like, we already need to have that fire lit. To Fred's question, that's complicated, Fred. And I think that I want to say this because I know what's going to happen. Everybody's going to come out of the woodworks and see, told you so. Colors of Skylinear, told you so.
Yeah.
Okay, look, I'm done on that. If anybody's going to take our team forward that's not named Tua, it's going to be Tyler backing up somebody else that we bring in.
Yeah.
Because if we were to do that, because the bottom line is, if you're going on the Geno Smith take, then yeah, absolutely. But even if Tyler Huntley were to ball out to the point where we want to keep him, I think there's been some, like, for instance, a guy like Lewis has a take about, like, yo, if we end up signing him something, you can give him a couple years, at 20-25 million a year, to either be a bridge or, whatever. But the more immediate question is this season. Where's your threshold at how well he performs to say to Tua, you know what? we really care about you. Mike McDaniel has always been slow to bring guys back. Go ahead and sit on the couch for a couple more weeks. Rest up a little longer. You know, we'll ride this till its wheels fall off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if it doesn't ever fall off, then good for Tyler Huntley. You know what I mean?
So, Culler, let me ask you a question. Do you think that the fact, and it's just what I saw in, news clips about the Dolphins, that they were practicing in pads, do you think that will make any difference?
I was going to actually get to that. That's as part of my monologue, and I completely forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me, Pam. Quickly, I wanted to add, because I got, on my own, I got off track there for a second about the Skyler thing. What the fans are going to need to be prepared for, whether they like it or not, is the fact that Mike McDaniel has shown himself to be a very, very fair person. And so if he doesn't think Skyler's had enough chances, be prepared to see Skyler again, people. I'm sorry to tell you that, for those of you that don't like it. Okay? But they have made very clear indications that he plans on having another chance. So that's going to also be up to what Fred was talking about with what happens with Tyler. Tyler could shut the door on that. He could shut the door on that tonight.
Yeah.
But do you think that'll do it, Culler?
You know what I mean?
Do you think that'll do it? Like Tyler balling out? Because
it depends on what you're talking about for tonight. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, the whole fairness thing to Skyler, I'm sorry. This is a professional football league. You're being paid. Most companies, it's not about fairness.
Mike McDaniel would argue that so is everybody else on the team. And the fact of it is, Pam, we have put up 4 touchdowns in the last 18 quarters, only 3 of which were run by Skyler.
Right.
So he takes that stuff into consideration. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm simply coming from McDaniel's perspective as to what he would say to that.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I'm trying to get a feel for the real as well. So I appreciate that perspective.
Sure. And your apprehension towards it tells me is why I'm telling the fan base, be prepared. You may not like it, but be prepared for it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yep.
No different than the Tua haters had to prepare themselves for Mike McDaniel not coming off that square. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it's very true.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, Ali?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, Ali?
Hey, Ali.
Not much, man. I came over here to what happened to the Jets, man? What happened to the Jets?
They gestured it up.
That is crazy. They already let go of Sulla. Holy crap.
That's funny.
What?
Are you kidding? Oh.
Is that confirmed? Salah's going, bro.
What was that, bro?
I said, is that confirmed? Salah's going, bro.
The thing I just looked at said from Adam Schefter.
Oh, dang.
Wow.
Oh, we lost you, Ali.
Yeah, we lost you, Ali.
He froze. He must be on his way down to the stadium already.
Hey, Culler, I had a question for you.
Mostert's not playing tonight.
What's that, Crypto?
No, I said Mostert not playing.
Oh, Mostert's out?
Yes.
All right. Well, there you go.
That's what they look like on the latest report.
Sorry, Crypto.
There he is. What's up, Ali?
Yeah, what's up, Ali? What's up?
Not much, man.
So you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the article because it got per sources. The thing I'm reading right now is that Adam Saleh has been fired. I don't know if this is legit. Makes me wonder now.
It's not on NFL's site.
Give me 2 shakes. I'll be right back. I'm going to pull the article and share it with you, Culler.
All right.
Oh yeah, Aaron Rodgers came to score a touchdown last night. 3 field goals, and it was home.
Hey,
Culler, I don't.
Color, my question for you, man. Of course, Armstead's not playing, man, and for that matter, man, Robert Jones with a bad shoulder, man. Like, give me what do you think? Like who will be moved where and who may even play, man? The offensive line, man. Give me something on that, Color. What do you think about that, bro?
On what? I'm sorry, I was distracted for a second.
Or with that, we know Teron Armstead's not playing. Robert Jones
All right, I'm back. It's
with a
fake.
bad shoulder.
It's fake, Culler. I wouldn't be surprised though. If they lose another that they do fire him finally.
Well,
though.
after that
They have to let the season
press
play out.
conference yesterday, I mean, it's hard not to think that he's definitely. I mean, Aaron Rodgers' answer about the false starts was more head coach like than Saleh.
Wow.
I mean, Saleh was like said something about needing to cut back the cadences, because you know how Aaron Rodgers has a specific cadence that has allowed him to be successful above and beyond everybody in causing defenses to jump, right? He's known for that. So he's devised some kind of cadence that's helped him do that. And Saleh thinks that that's what's causing the offensive line to false start. And so Saleh said in the press conference, when asked about it, how to fix the false start problems, he basically threw Aaron under the bus by saying we need to curtail back some of our cadences. And Rodgers was asked about it, and Rodgers said, yeah, or you could just hold guys accountable.
Yeah.
That sounds like
that.
Real quick,
How about use your peripheral vision and look at the football and when it's snapped?
Yeah, he also said, look,
there you go.
He also said, look, we haven't had a problem with it all year. It's only this game. So how about just holding guys accountable?
Hey, Crypto, you brought up a good point, Crypto, because when I used to play little league football, they taught us, whether you're on defense or offense, to look at that ball. When the ball moves, you move.
Exactly.
I mean, that's
your peripheral vision is that bad?
I'm glad you said that, Mr. Polk, because as a wide receiver, being out on the perimeter, you quite frequently can't hear the quarterback.
Right.
And the other thing is, as a position player, a lot of times you're having to dissect a lot more of the play than the average player, like an offensive lineman don't have to think about much in that cadence, in the whole string of play calling. A position player is going to have to think more. So when the quarterback comes into the huddle, calls the play, quite frequently, because of all of what's going on, you could jog out to the perimeter as a wide receiver and completely have forgotten what the freaking snap count is.
Mm-hmm.
It happens all the time. So you're trained as a wide receiver to look in on the ball when that happens and treat it as if you're a defensive player and just go on the snap of the ball, on the movement of the ball.
That's it. I mean, it's just
basic football.
Real quick.
Yeah, that's kind of simple.
I have to go back to work. I hope y'all have a good day. Fins up. We got this win.
All right.
31-10, man. I hope y'all have a good day, man. Y'all be blessed,
man. Have a good day. Fins up.
All right, man.
And I forgot to say good morning, Culler, Ollie, Fred, Pamela, Crypto, and also everybody in the chat room.
Good morning, my brother. Good morning.
I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My bad.
Good afternoon. That's right. It is afternoon. So on that note about it being basic football, I mean, even for the offensive linemen in the NFL, where was that game played yesterday? I forget.
What game? In New York. It was at home.
It was in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And one of the things I noticed was the hype yesterday before that game for the Jesters. Lots of hype and the takes by the announcers on Aaron Rodgers about how great he looked, nothing, no issue with his Achilles, none of those. And I thought the take was crap because, especially yesterday's game, I didn't think he looked so hot. And maybe he should take accountability.
Yeah, but with Aaron Rodgers, what I picked up, he actually think he has this attitude that he is on the same level as the coaches or even above. Because I was looking at his
Yeah.
what
That's good.
charisma.
That's good, Mr. Falk. That's good, Mr. Falk. I like that, man. I like that. I like what you
and
just said.
and I'm not putting down Aaron Rodgers because I'm gonna be straight with you. I am an Aaron Rodgers fan, but I can see that with him since he's been at New York, and especially in that game yesterday. He when that offensive lineman made that move, because the way he was way he was saying, what's the word, calling out, he was upset, and when he went to the sideline, he had this look on his face like, don't nobody say nothing to me, and if
Right.
anything, I'm gonna be the one that's talking.
That's right, man. That's right.
So I'm not putting him down, but that's what I picked up on that game yesterday.
And
to be honest, okay. Oh, wait. Go ahead, Pamela. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Just wanted to say hey to you too, Ali. Long time no see. But that take right there is so right, Mr. Polk. You're 100% correct, which is the reason the Jesters will not be successful, because that locker room will not be on the same page. There will be lots of leaders and not enough people, getting on the right page.
Well, I have a little bit of a different take, and it's very similar to what you're saying, Pamela, but the reality for me is, are you really surprised? Because even before Aaron Rodgers became a Jet, as a Packer, he started to develop as a diva. He is a diva. You know what I mean? And when you're a diva, you don't believe you are the problem. The problems are caused by everyone else around you. And we saw this in training camp. You saw arguments between Garrett Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. You saw the dissatisfaction of Aaron Rodgers' face at training camp and how they were performing. What it comes down to is that when you allow a diva, right, to be, basically run your show, this is what's going to happen. So I'm not really surprised at all. You could tell as a Packer, he was really, really trying to run the show there. When LaFleur came, he was basically trying to make the calls his way, and LaFleur was like, do it my way and it will work, right? And that's really ultimately why I think he is no longer a Packer and why they moved off of him, because they saw what he was doing. And everything. Who think about it this way. Who waits a whole month and say, well, I won't sign with your team or allow the trade until I have a month of hiding myself in a cave? You know what I mean? All these little quirky things that he does, it's all spells diva for me. And that's why it won't work for the Jets, because it rarely doesn't work with divas.
Hey, Ali, Cap says Ali needs to block that fake Adam Schefter. He keeps getting tricked by him.
Well, Ali, do you think
I think that was the only time I've been hit with the fake, to be honest. I usually catch them. That's the only one out of the recent.
It's that Schefter account, man.
He got me. Whatever.
Right.
So the only reason I got kind of excited for it, hold on real quick. The only reason I got kind of excited for it, to be honest, is because Cap, El Capitan, has been saying that when Saleh gets fired, watch the Dolphins.
Right.
Ali, your point was.
You cut out, Ali, but
go
we
ahead,
got your
Sam.
point.
Sorry.
Your point was just a better explanation of my point. You did a
Yeah.
great job, because that's 100% what I think.
Also, Ali, it also had the it had the virtue of being the truth.
No,
Because of how things have been going with Saleh and Rodgers. So that report had the
It
virtue of being
rings
the truth.
true. Yes.
Right. And Ali, if you think about it, if you look back at Green Bay when they selected Jordan Love, he wasn't too happy with that. And to me, that kind of set him off. Or also, it was a game where he played where he could have ran a touchdown, and he decided not to, or something like that. I can't remember vaguely that game, but I think that's just like you said, I think that's when it all started.
I'm still gonna stand on my square. I don't think he wants to be in New York. I don't think he ever wanted to be in New
You don't
York.
think so, Colin?
He does.
I think he liked the idea of it until he got there.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, the way he carrying on, it kind of. But I seen him yesterday. Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
I think his plan was.
And I don't think it's the organization. I think it's
work
the
out,
city.
and he had no other choice.
What's Ali?
No, I think it's the organization too. His plan 1A and 1B failed, and he had no other choice. Because 1A, to be honest, I really do think with people saying that he wanted to come down south to Miami, I think there's more traction to that than what people give it credit for.
Well,
right?
again,
I actually do think that was kind of one of his ideas. But the 1B,
the idea, Ali, real quick on that, the idea of him possibly wanting to upstage Marino in Miami, that to me should have been it. And that was enough for me to say that was in play. You know what I mean?
And
That's
the
a point
1B,
I never heard.
Attitude.
That's something I never heard. That's interesting.
And plan
that was
1B
my idea, Pam. That was nothing I heard either. That was my particular personal idea that he would be all over coming here to upstage Dan Marino. He already did it once, remember, with the clock play?
Yeah,
I've heard
think
that.
that's a reasonable take, knowing
And
how
here's his plan
Rodgers
1B. And his plan 1B was to go back home to San Francisco. So that was plan 1B, and it didn't happen either. So he had no other choice.
Exactly. And try to upstage
He had no other choice.
There you go.
I really think he wouldn't mind going to San Francisco only because of the fact that he's from that area. So that's kind of why.
Ali, that's what
right.
In fact, I thought he was going to go back on the West Coast. I didn't think he was going to stay on the East Coast.
I didn't think the Jets. I thought he would say no to the Jets no matter what, just because it's the Jets. You know what I mean? I don't think he respects that organization, to be honest, bro. Just being my opinion. If you really respect the organization and you want to be there, you make every effort to be in the building, to be working hard, and everything. Not sit here and I'm going to go to Egypt, and miss all the off season and stuff, and lock myself in a cave and stuff. You're not going to do that kind of stuff if you really want to be somewhere. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion. That's how I operate. So I don't know. I don't think he really wants to be there.
I'm not saying he could have upstaged Marino. I'm saying that if y'all think he truly is a diva, then what do you think he'd want to do? You know what I mean?
Of course, and it makes sense. I don't know if that's diva-like, but it's definitely like self-involved. Like
it's
the guy.
It's a form of bravado.
Yes,
so, yeah.
Yes, exactly. I was wondering if anybody saw the commercial from the NFL about their technology on helmets and how they're constantly looking at science to upgrade the helmets, and they had maybe like 6 different companies or styles of helmets. And for me, that was a future CYA. I don't know if anybody else saw it last night.
I see it too. I did see that.
You know what?
Yeah, Tua has one of those helmets, Pamela. You know that, right? Tua has one of those highly engineered helmets that they have that's supposed to deter concussions. But they're really, being in this physical sport, I don't really know how effective engineering the helmets is really going to be. I really
Right.
don't see it
Exactly.
helping. This
You
is a
understand
physical
my
sport.
point about CYA, though, right?
Oh yeah,
I
yeah, definitely,
you know,
definitely.
the
Yeah.
NFL.
The
like
NFL
the
doesn't want to
quote.
be sued ever again for CTE and stuff, so they're going to do whatever they can to show that they tried, every option. So definitely.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Can I stop?
Definitely.
I want to say I don't care what kind of helmet you get. You know what I'm saying? It's on the individual if he's how much he can absorb from with his concussion. As I seen Josh Allen, he was concussed yesterday after that hit, but it's just fortunate. He's a big man, strong man. He can get up from that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the
Yeah.
helmet as what helmet you have. If you're going to get concussed, and you're just your concussion. It does what it does to you. It's not going. It's not going to be a big deal. The helmet. It's just to me, if the individual is strong enough to get up from that, and how much he can take from that. I don't think the helmet plays a part in anything.
Yeah, Fred, it may help some, but I totally think that was a CYA move by the NFL.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. Yeah.
But yes, they will try to, come up with more protection with the helmet.
Well, it's
I
on.
understand that, but to me, it's on
But
the individual, man. How much he can take, and it's simple as that.
I agree with Fred because you can only go so far with these helmets. You can only go
Agreed.
but so far. If you look at the development of these helmets going years back, even before they even had the face mask, it's like I said, it has been advancements with these helmets, but not enough to really protect your head as good as you may want it to. It's only so much you can do.
And the key is, Mr. Polk, is that obviously the science is not settled on anything regarding concussions. And when you look at the particular injury that happens, when they say concussion, they're really talking about the symptoms that a person feels or the result of an injury that's happening. You know what I mean? And the injury is not a concussion. Like the concussion is not an injury. A concussion is a result of an injury, and the injury is happening to the membrane that's between the two layers of the brain.
Yeah.
So when the head stops abruptly, the brain is not fixed to anything. It's in there floating.
Yeah.
And so when the head stops abruptly, the brain wobbles back and forth. Right?
Yeah.
And when that happens, because the one layer of the brain is a different density than the other layer of the brain, there's a membrane between the two layers that gets stretched when that wobbling happens.
Mm-hmm.
And that membrane getting stretched is the actual injury that's occurring.
Yeah.
Like
And that
whatever
has to
happened.
be healed. You know what I mean? And so now there's other ways that can happen besides the head just stopping abruptly. It can happen by way of a vibration up the spinal column.
Yeah.
And again, with the head stopping abruptly, this is why it can happen just from whiplash. You don't even actually have to have blunt force trauma.
Exactly.
And so
car accidents.
And so to me, the key now, I'm not a doctor and I'm not a medical expert. So I have to look at it from what I have been a professional at, and that's engineering. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So when I think of a way to engineer the brain to stop wobbling when there's an impact, I can't see how anything they've devised in the helmet so far stops the actual movement of the brain inside the skull. I can't imagine how putting more pads, it's like like when you hit your airbag in your car, you can still get a concussion.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just not getting a shard of glass through your neck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
And
Or
let's
other things that can happen if you hit the windshield or the dashboard or the steering wheel.
and
But the
let's not
concussion itself has the airbag ain't going to stop that from happening. And so, to me, from an engineering standpoint, which is where I do have authority to speak on somewhat, from an engineering standpoint, to me, the key seems to be you would have to get inside the skull and stabilize the brain with some kind of structure.
Mm-hmm.
So that the brain can't wobble back and forth. And to me, that seems almost impossible or not practical. You know what I mean?
Let's not forget, man. Like, we're not going to just throw away, of players happen to just get their bell rung. It happens all the
You
time.
also have to look at it from the other standpoint. To do nothing is also stupid, because I'm sure the padding and all that, and the helmet technology that's been devised and improved, I'm sure some of that helps the guy that is less susceptible to a concussion be even more less susceptible to it, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't know how they could ever say, other than that, this is just, what did you guys said that it was marketing or optics or whatever the NFL is doing, to make it look like they're doing something about it. And I think it's because of that fallacy that there really is nothing that can be done about it.
Right.
For that matter, Color, I think the more padding you put in the helmet, that's even more pressure to your head, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if I could say more, more cuts, but that's extra stuff
I'm not
around
going to
your
go
head.
that far, because now you're getting into medical territory that I don't have the authority to speak on. What I'm saying, though, is I do know that the brain has to stop wobbling for a concussion to not be possible.
That's not going to happen because your brain wobbles.
And so if
when you're running.
If I put 500 bed mattresses in front of a wall and I run into them, my head is still going to stop abruptly, even if it isn't going to hurt.
But your brain is going to move.
And my brain could still possibly bang around inside my skull, even if I landed on a bunch of cushions.
Exactly. We're just not going to throw away the game.
If you look at the hit that Tua took, it wasn't a hard hit. It was, look, when you look at the hit that Tua took, it wasn't a hard hit, but it was all the way into the mass of the guy's body. So Tua's body, basically, like, imagine a cartoon where, something hits something and the rest of their body gets mushed up. You know what I mean?
But
that's kind of how it was. It was like more of a gradual scrunching up of his whole body, which probably compressed his neck and spinal column and all that, and sent the vibe up his neck into his head. You know what I mean? I don't think it was because of blunt trauma on that particular hit.
Right.
But there's a case where, even though he ran up into the guy sort of slowly, his head still stopped abruptly and the brain was able to wobble.
Right.
And on that note, yes, men are in more danger of concussions.
Right. But John Fenton said it, and
considering we're the ones that bust our head into everything.
Yep.
Between the two.
Yep.
Although I've seen some of y'all in them mosh pits plenty of time, Pam. So,
head banging rock concerts. That's me, baby.
I've seen some crazier females in mosh pits than males sometimes.
But there is a connection with the brain and the nervous system, because when, like I said, my ex-wife used to have they call them grand mal seizures. And what would happen is that the brain would get overcharged with electrical charges, and it sends it throughout the body. So what I'm trying to say, and I'm not no doctor neither. I'm just going by what I experienced with my ex-wife, is that you know that there is a connection with the brain and the nervous system to the point where if you take a certain uh trauma or blow to your head and what have you, and what I seen with the tool, it was also the nervous system because that's why his fingers curved up, his legs and feet got rigid, and I seen that with the last hit he made, last hit he took. So to me, and I'm not a professional. I'm just going by what I experienced with my ex-wife. He has to be very careful. And what I'm not saying that for him not to come back. That's his decision to make. That's his decision to make. So I'm not making that decision for him. I'm just saying he needs to really think about his future and his family and what have you, because you cannot keep taking those blows to your head. And everybody also has a soft spot on their head. We all have a soft spot on our head. Some are softer than others. So that's why I say, with in his situation, he has to really think about what he wants, about his future and what he wants to do, and whatever decision he makes, that's his decision. You can't get mad with him because
Right.
he's a grown man. He's a grown man. So
The other thing, Mr. Polk, I see a lot is constantly every single day now, at least since to his injury, I've seen at least one or two people tweet out a comparison of some sorts. Like, oh, well, so-and-so's had 11 concussions in his career, or so-and-so busted his head the other day and got right back up in the game, or whatever. Why shouldn't they be retiring now? And it's like, I'm so tired of the false equivalency. It's like, look, this is like saying this. There's two people. One guy's got calluses all over his feet. The other doesn't. They both walk across a bed of hot coals. Both of them get their feet burned. Which one of them's hurting?
Okay.
I mean, they're both human feet. They're both humans. They both have 10 toes. Shouldn't they both be hurting? Shouldn't they both stop walking across coals?
Good point.
Well, maybe, but the guy with the calluses all over his feet probably going to fare a little better.
And that's true.
I mean, it just is what it is. There are some people that cannot consume one drop of alcohol without going into shock and dying. They're human. They got the same brain as everybody else. But this guy over here can drink a barrel full of whiskey and ask for more. And most of us fall somewhere in between there. You know what I mean? Like, most of us have a few drinks and get drunk. That's, that's where most of us fall.
Color.
Tua might be one of those guys. If you were to analogize it to the alcohol, Tua might just be one of those guys that can't handle his liquor.
Exactly. Exactly. There you go.
You talking to somebody who cannot handle their liquor. That's why I had to stop drinking years ago, because I couldn't handle it. I just couldn't handle it.
And maybe Tua just can't handle football.
But also,
right there.
I don't know why people immediately see that as an insult, because they're so ready to say I'm wrong. Like, I just said maybe. You know what I mean?
And maybe that is it, but I also see that his physical reaction to a concussion is different. And I would say more, but different than what you see most people on the field with a concussion. I don't see that prostrating, the same way on other players. And maybe they've been out there and I just haven't seen them. That's totally possible. But, a lot of times You just see somebody a little off, a little dizzy or no reaction, and because of the hit, they pull them off and check them out.
Yeah, that happened yesterday with oh, I can't remember what game that was. It was a
Offensive,
game.
the center for Buffalo, I believe. He was pulled off twice.
Well, and the other thing is, they like to point out the people who haven't been asked to retire and all that, but they don't want to point out that a couple seasons ago, maybe 5 or so, there was like 5 or 10 rookies and second-year guys that up and quit the NFL. You don't remember that?
Oh, let me see. I think
Because
I
all the information was starting to come out about concussions.
Well, and
you think Andrew Luck was just sitting on the couch one day and said, "You know what? I think I'm going to quit." I'm pretty sure he had people telling him, "Bro,
Didn't Jason Phillips stop playing football in college because of concussion concerns? If I'm not mistaken,
it's not as cut and dry to say it by just saying, "Oh well, so and so's had 11 concussions. Should we be calling for him to retire?" No, but I bet there are people are in his life.
I'm pretty sure. Crypto, are you there, bro? Are you there, bro? Oh, Crypto's doing something. But yeah,
I'm here.
Cap has a question real quick.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, Cap has a question real quick, Fred. Hold on, Fred. With Tua taking all these blows to the head, is he capable of making the right decision anymore? Like,
that is actually a
Pam, you know what? I'm going to come to the table with you, Pam, on that. Because I know you're one that kind of does look a little bit to other games and continuing effects maybe that we're not noticing until 3 interceptions get thrown. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I've never wanted to be one. No offense to you, but the subject makes me cringe. You know what I mean? But at the same time, if I were to come to the table now, if you're talking about some of the long-term effects already starting to set in, where any given game he could just go woozy, you know what I mean? And forget himself, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Then there might be a point to that. And that's what Cap is asking. Like, not from the game before that we missed, but just overall, is it already starting to accrue?
Well, this is
Crypto, I'm about to ask you a question, man. Like, didn't Jason Phillips?
Let Pam answer the question. Yeah, Jalen Phillips is still playing in the league, dude. It's not a good example, man. You're getting us way off track.
So what I was going to say to El Cap's point is, and this is a completely different example, but in my book, it runs the same. The parents who allow their 3-year-old to choose, what they're going to do. I mean, at 3 years old, a 3-year-old is not capable of making, big decisions. Do you want a hot dog, hamburger? Okay, whatever, no problem. But someone whose brain has been damaged, exactly like what he said, or someone who is not capable of making a decision that they're being asked or allowed to make, that is such a huge point. I mean, that's wow, what a great point.
I don't understand. I don't understand why it's so hard to grasp the fact that the man's just not tough enough to play in the NFL. What's so hard about accepting that?
It's not tough. I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't know that equates
they
to
want to
toughness.
excuse it away.
The reason being, Fred, is because psychologically people can't differentiate between being tough physically and being mentally tough. And so they want to be so quick to champion Tua and say, no, he's tough, because we all know he's mentally tough.
Yeah,
You're not going to
okay.
stick your head into somebody's body without being mentally tough. But mentally tough can be stupid sometimes. Let's be real.
Exactly. And that's what that was. That
If
was
you're
what
not
that was
physically
on
tough,
that play.
if you're not physically tough enough to match your mental toughness, then you're stupid.
Exactly.
Well, isn't that what
Exactly.
people say all the time? If you're going to be stupid, you better be tough.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So it's just cut and dry is what it is. The man's not smart in the open field.
Well, I don't know about
Because
Shekel. I don't know about
I don't.
overreacting.
yeah, no, he's not
I
smart in the
mean,
open field.
the whole world
All he
already
does,
overreacted. We're just
all he
talking
does
about
is
it.
he takes hard hits in the open field when he could just simply just get down. I've seen him take a number of hard hits rolling out when he could have just got down. I've
Yeah,
seen
look,
I've seen it done time and
there's
time.
ways to avoid all this stuff. The problem is all of those ways handicap us as a football team.
Exactly.
And we probably will see why tonight.
Yeah.
But but Fred, but when you bring up how he was tackled, and then also to this kind of point, what Color just mentioned before, the way he was tackled he wasn't tackled hard because
No, it wasn't.
what's his name? What's that guy's name? Demar actually kind of went soft on the way he handled the tour, and it to
He
me
let up
is
on him,
it
bro.
goes back to what Color just
He
said
handled
is
the
that it was more like when he twisted his neck or whatever, it sent maybe a vibration to his brain to the point where when he hit the ground, that's why we seen his fingers cringe and his legs sort of rigid out. And to
Well,
me,
what I'm saying,
go ahead.
Mr. Falk, is he didn't even have to initiate that contact, man.
No,
You
I
know what I'm saying,
understand.
Mr. Falk? He didn't even have to initiate that, bro. So
He
this
should have slid.
questions this is why I question if he's smart in the open field. He didn't even
Well,
have to cause that contact.
but to that point, though, Fred, I think game time situation and being a competitor and just focusing on the play at the time, I think that can override, oh, I need to protect myself. I mean, I agree with you. He had the first down, he could have slid. I mean, that is true. But to turn off your competitive mode in a game time situation when you are trying to bring your team back and you're just in the moment playing the play. I'm not sure that many people would be capable of just turning it off. I could be wrong, but that's how I feel about that.
Yeah. So we're at the 2.5 hour mark. Everybody hit the like button. Appreciate y'all chilling with us. We're currently talking about Tua, but anybody, I mean, we got a game coming up. I mean, I don't really see how Tua factors into this game whatsoever. Not to offend anybody that wanted to talk about him. I'm just saying in general. And so the reason I'm saying that is because if anybody wants to talk about something else, I did drop the link. I did drop the link. Hold on, Fred. I'm not talking to you, Fred. I'm talking to the audience. If anybody would like to change the subject, they are more than welcome to click the link and come up here and change the subject. There it is. That's all I needed to say, Fred. Go on. Continue.
So with the injury that the offensive line is sustaining, man, how does anybody feel about helping Huntley in the game tonight? I mean, Armstead not playing. What do they do at left tackle? Armstead not playing. What do they do at left tackle? Robert Jones is injured. What do they do at left guard? I mean, like, what else? What can they do to help out Tyler Huntley in this game tonight? especially with moves on the offensive line? Do you guys feel that they
Simply,
can
I know this is
do it?
sound like a flippant answer, Fred, but simply they just need to do their job.
Step up. Next person. Well, there's a saying. Next
we're
man
looking
up.
for some. We're looking for some special keys to these games, like to do these different things, bro. You don't need the same thing you need for every other quarterback. You know.
Okay, so let me ask you this, plain and simple. Let me just ask you plain and simple. What should they do at left tackle?
Block the guy in front of them.
That's all we can do. It's
I'm
really
talking
it's
about
like
what
the
they
next.
should-
I don't, bro.
No,
The
but
guys
here's
that
the
are
thing,
going to be
Fred.
out there are the guys that are going
You're
to be
missing my
out there.
point, man.
If you want
You're
me to
missing
look
my
at the
point,
depth
man.
chart and tell you who's starting, I can do that.
Okay,
No,
that's
but
what I
this thing,
mean.
Fred.
Who should they,
Right, this
who
is
should
next
they
man up.
implement at left tackle? That do you feel who they should implement at left tackle and left guard for that matter?
Well, let's look at the injury report according to the Miami Dolphins website. Teron Armstead is out.
Did he play? Did he play last game?
And according to the depth chart,
I'm curious now. Did he
Patrick
play?
Paul is his backup. I don't know what the
Did
question is, bro.
did Armstead play last game?
I don't remember. No.
No, but here's what.
Yeah,
Here's the thing,
that's when he
Fred.
got poked in the eye.
Here's the thing, Fred. It's the
No, I'm talking
next
about the
man up.
last game against
Next man
Seattle.
up.
Thing.
That's
Yeah,
what it boils down to. Next
that's when
man
he
up.
got poked in the eye.
Just like last season when we had injuries on the O line last season, it was the next man up. That's it. That's what we have. That's all we can do. Next man up.
And
I don't know why
if you're
people ain't
talking
calling
about
for him to
if you're
get cut.
talking about whether they're going to move Kendall Lamb over to right tackle to back him up, well, then they would have Kendall Lamb as the second left tackle on the depth chart.
I don't
Would they
get
do
why.
that during the game? They probably do that anyway.
I don't
no matter
understand
who's
why
on.
Armstead is still on the team. You guys are
don't
beating
want to see
around the
Kendall
bush.
Lamb
That's
at
the
the left
elephant in the
tackle.
room. Armstead should
I
never
don't
be
want
on
to
his
see.
team.
Well, we can
I
talk
agree
about
with
that.
you.
His question was, what are we doing tonight about it? And
Yeah.
right. So,
That's it.
Fred, there's
That's
two
what it boils
options.
down.
Well, I get that, but
There's
they
two
would be
options.
able to move on to Patrick Paul if they get rid of the stain
Right.
of
But
Armstead
I'm
being
just
in the
saying.
building to begin with.
I'm talking about crypto. I'm talking about for tonight. I'm trying to answer the man's question. There's two options,
Right.
Fred. They could either move Patrick Paul over to right tackle and have him back up Austin Jackson and move
That's
Lamb to
impossible.
left tackle.
That's impossible.
Well, then why
Which
are
comes
you
never played.
asking?
So,
Bro,
What can
you got
this
the
is
answer.
not what you
I'll
can
stop
do?
now. You know what?
Patrick
I'll stop.
Paul never
You already
played
got
right
the
tackle,
answer to
bro.
your question.
No,
Why'd
no,
you
but
even
Fred,
ask?
Fred, the thing is, you can't really. How should I put it? You can't really put the right pieces in the right. It's just the next man up situation. Really, that's what it boils down to.
You're in the middle of the
Next man
season.
up, because just like you said, Armstead went down. Whoever is behind Armstead has to step up. If Austin Jackson went down, then the next man behind Austin Jackson has to step up. But it doesn't mean that they're gonna either ball out off off.
What are you gonna
what
are you
I
gonna
know what
do?
you're saying.
Right. What are you
I
gonna
don't
do? You're gonna play switcheroo, okay? And then when Austin Jackson gets hurt in the game, what are you gonna do? Switch them back to their original roles?
This
No,
is
it's
all I'm
time for
saying.
Patrick Paul to back up the man he's on the depth chart to back up.
That's it.
This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that Patrick Paul was your first round pick?
Yeah.
Okay. I say you get him on the field. Get him on the field.
Then why'd you ask?
Because I wanted to know you guys is
And I tried to give it to you.
put on that.
And I tried to give it to you, but you didn't even let me finish.
And I was saying the next
As
man
soon
up
as you
because
heard the words, as soon
Of
as
course
you heard the
everybody
words,
knows.
as soon as
Of
you
course
heard the word
everybody
move
knows.
somebody over, you're like, you
Look,
started saying
of
that's
course
I didn't
it's-
even finish
of
what I was
course,
saying.
Of course it's the next man up. Okay,
Then why'd you ask?
I did Kendall Lamb supposed to be the next man up. However, I think you put Patrick Paul at that place right there.
You're
I
not
don't care
listening to
about
me,
Kendall
Fred.
Lamb
You're
to
not
be the
listening
next
to me.
man up.
Patrick
I'm
Paul
saying
is
that
already there. If you would
I'm
have
gonna try this
listened,
one
you would
more
have
time, man.
heard that
I'm gonna
Patrick
try this
Paul
one
is
more time.
already
Here's the
there.
thing, Fred.
I'm gonna
Fred,
try this one more.
last season,
I'm gonna
Fred,
hold on,
listen.
Mr. Paul. Hold on,
No, go
Mr.
ahead,
Paul.
go
I'm
ahead,
gonna try
go
this
ahead.
one more time, man. Let me try it one more time.
Came in the game last week,
So
Fred.
of
Who
course,
came in the game last week? Who came in the game in relief of Teron Armstead last week?
Kendall Lamb. Kendall Lamb.
Incorrect.
And
Incorrect.
I understand he's the next man up.
You are incorrect, Fred.
Okay, Kendall Lamb's not the next man up. If Armstead
Kendall
goes
Lamb
down,
is the backup right tackle.
but he has been switched. He has played the left tackle too. Am I not mistaken?
And
so Patrick Paul's never
do you know what the
played
depth
right
chart looks
tackle.
like?
So why would you? So why would you put Kendall Lamb? Why would you put Patrick Paul at right tackle if he's never played it?
Fred, do you know who was on the depth chart behind Teron Armstead before Patrick Paul got here?
Kendall Lamb.
Nobody. That's why Kendall Lamb was moved over to back up Teron. There was nobody there. Now, this morning, when I look at the depth chart, there's a name in the second slot behind Teron Armstead, and that name is Patrick Paul.
Okay.
Yep.
And you know what? You know what? I'm gonna leave it alone, man. I'm gonna leave it alone.
What's to leave alone? I'm giving you the answer. I don't know, bro, other than what the depth chart says.
You gotta go by what the depth, how they got the depth chart set up. That's what you gotta
And that
go by.
changes from time to time. So,
And so my guess is, why would you move Lamb over to back up Teron just to move what, Paul back to back up Austin? I don't get that. Because if one of them if Austin gets injured in the game, you're going to have to switch them back to their original roles in the middle of a
That's
game.
right. That's right.
No,
you put Kendall Lamb back over at right tackle.
You keep Kendall Lamb. You keep Kendall Lamb firmly where he's at right now, which is on the pine, and you start Patrick Paul, and you have Kendall Lamb back up either of the two.
You start Patrick Paul. At right tackle. You put him at right tackle.
Dude, you're not listening.
No.
I'm moving on because you're not listening. Patrick Paul is not a right tackle. Get it out the frick your head, man.
I know he's not. He's never played
Then
right
why
tackle.
do you keep saying that?
But you keep saying
what I'm saying is, man,
depth chart. You got to go by the depth chart. Fred, do you have the depth chart in front of you? Because I'm looking at the depth chart right now, and that's what you got to go by. Is you got to go by their depth chart. Their depth chart says that behind Teron Armstead is Patrick Paul.
Right.
Okay.
And given that it's game day at 1:23 p.m., I'm pretty sure that's the final update.
That's it. Behind Austin Jackson is Kendall Lamb. That's how they have it set up.
Will they make a game time decision and do some switcheroo? Maybe.
Just like Crypto says, they may change it up. We don't know. But that's how they have it set up. And they had it set up that way last year too when we had the injury bug hit the offensive line.
Right, except the difference, Mr. Paul, is we didn't have a name in the number 2 slot behind Teron Armstead.
Is that right?
It was anybody that was available.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, did we not slide Liam over to center and put somebody else over at Teron? I mean, we did all kinds of stupid nonsense.
Yes, we did. Eichenberg was center several times.
How's it going, John?
Okay. I'm doing okay. Just got back from lunch. When I first came on, I was at Flanagan's, and I just got back.
Okay.
So I was off for a while. So.
Any latest news for where is it? I don't see anything new for like guys called up or anything like that. So we got our roster set pretty much the way it is right now, and we're going.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
let's see what we're doing here. I mean, so far they got Malik penciled in behind Waddle. I don't know if he's going or not. Let me try to find the most latest injury report.
Yeah, that's what
I mean,
I see.
again, I've got the Dolphins injury report, but they actually end up being behind whoever they release it to, like the news networks and all that. So I can't tell you how much accurate theirs is compared to ESPN or anybody else.
Yeah, I'm on the Dolphins
What's
one.
what's Robert Jones' situation? Is he playing?
Robert Jones is supposed to be starting at left guard.
Okay, he was injured last week with a shoulder.
I see
Well,
him.
maybe
They
he's
have
gotten
him.
better.
He must be starting because they got that's
And
what they
there's
got.
nobody behind him, so if there was anybody to back him up, they would shift Lester Cotton over.
Yeah, because Isaiah Wynn is out and Keon Smith is on injury reserve.
Let's see if ESPN has any quicker updates. And I'm going to probably shut it down because I got to get going to get ready for this trip down south.
Oh, you're going to the game? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'm going to go watch the minutia.
Yeah.
Bring us the win, Culler. Bring us the win.
Did you know Papa
Is
Paul
that
said
Robert?
that tickets are gone
I thought I just heard Robert.
I don't know.
Oh no, I'm sorry, Pam. It was muffled Pam.
Oh.
Muffled Pam sounds sort of like Robert.
I didn't realize Pam was on here.
Yeah, my sister's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Full injury report. Which Crypto already reported that Mostert is out.
Mm-hmm.
So if this report don't say he's out, then it's not updated. So let's see.
I got questionable.
They still have Mostert as questionable, so this report is not updated.
It's saying it's bad news.
Yeah.
I mean, if he goes, he's going to be hobbling around.
There's 3 players that are questionable. Mostert,
Malik
Skylar Thompson, Skylar Thompson, and Washington. Yeah.
Yeah, they're
and David Long is listed as doubtful, so that you can pretty much check him out.
Yeah.
John Christelakis, we're getting blown out tonight. I hope everyone understands this. Like seriously, even if it was a blowout situation, like we're fooling ourselves, it ain't going to be the Titans that blow us out. Come on, people. We still have a defense. I mean, geez, man.
All it takes is them to score 28 points and us to have a donut.
Yeah, but okay, fine. But
no. Well, we got running backs. I mean,
they're acting like blowout, like, I don't know. This is.
I think no matter what, our team will keep us in this game. I don't see a blowout.
Lose by 28 points, you lose by 1 point.
Struggle to put 28 on you, and your offense ain't doing nothing, and they struggle to put 28 on you. That's not a blowout.
Yeah, not a blowout, and I don't think it's going to be that many points on that.
If your offense puts up a goose egg, you should be scoring more than 30 points. Period.
Yeah. Yep.
So, Culler, lest you shall forget, I would like to hear your take on.
It's an axiom, Crypto. It's like, how often do you see a 20-0? Let's be real. You do see them, yes.
I mean, it happens.
You do. I am not saying you don't. Nothing goes down or up in a straight line. I get it.
Miss Family had a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to remind Culler, I still want to hear your thoughts on the pad, wearing the pads at practice, like what you thought about. Would it have any change attitude?
First of all, I think it's an optics gimmick to even report that out to the public. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't a serious will to do it and a reason to do it on the players' part. You know, it seems like they're trying to be put out there that the players are governing themselves now. You know what I mean? That's what it seems like to me. But I still think it's beneficial and needed. So it's kind of both. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. And I agree with you. It's definitely like, oh, look, we're not soft, we're doing this. But on the other hand, the players are saying, hey, we're going to take this seriously. And I do like that they did that. I just hope that continues and that,
Well, it's no surprise to me that they had to petition Mike McDaniel to do it.
Right.
Basically. Because it's no surprise to me that the team feels the need to step up and take these games seriously when their own coaching staff, at least 3 of them, are telling the world that games don't matter yet.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just I feel like smart leaders know how to delegate. When you're not good at something, you delegate it. And clearly our DC,
maybe the players listen to my show, Pam.
Maybe that's
maybe the players were offended, were as offended as I was to hear the coaches say that nonsense.
Yeah.
Maybe they read my tweet. I don't know. I did do it at Miami Dolphins. I don't know. But something has to happen with discipline on this team.
Tell you what, Mr. Crossman. Okay, tell you what. You let us know when the games start mattering more and I'll start showing up to the stadium. How about that?
And the check will clear, right? I mean,
what complete assholes for saying that at a podium to the public. Even if that's what you believed, even if that's what you thought, even if that's the reality of the NFL, to say that publicly at a podium to your season ticket holders is absolutely amazing to me.
I told Pam, well, I told you yesterday, Mike McDaniel isn't acting like a coach. He's never been a coach before he got here. Not a head coach. And he's not acting like a head coach.
And then with that being the case, then the GM needs to start acting like a GM. And also too, the owner needs to start being the owner, because somebody along the chain needs to start calling a meeting and saying, listen, we got to get together here, or we got to make some changes.
Well, let me ask this: how does one reconcile Stephen Ross claiming that he desires a Super Bowl, and yet he lets his coaching staff stand up there and say that games don't matter?
Exactly.
In Bizarro land, 2 + 2 = 3. That doesn't equal any kind of sense whatsoever. Stephen Ross is saying that, like I was saying, if you can't handle the discipline and certain things that need to happen on an NFL team, delegate, because our DC is taking care of business on his side. Does he need to take care of business on the offensive side? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, even Reason says Greer may be on the hot seat right now.
But he shouldn't be the only one.
I'm sure that's
he shouldn't be the only one, because I'm gonna say it again. Who's over Greer? Because Greer needs to be on the hot seat, but there's some other ones need to be on the hot seat too.
Well, absolutely, I agree. I mean,
They did that family photo with all our executives, crypto, Greer and Garfinkel and Brandon Shore and all them. Whoever's in that photo needs to go.
No. Everybody in the photo needs to go.
But if it was my choice, I would say clean house.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody in that family photo needs to go.
Owner on down. Owner.
And if that goes, two goes. I don't.
Clean house.
I don't. Yeah. Clean house.
What's up, Lakers all day? Everybody welcome the biggest Miami Hurricanes fan in this community. Lakers all day.
What's up, Lakers all day?
I know Canes 89. Canes 89 is going to be offended that I said that, but
yeah, he is. Caller. He is.
I'll cross that hurdle when it comes.
Listen, it's okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm fine to sharing the Hurricanes. It's fine. We are brothers, man. Don't worry about
That's
that.
right. That's right.
At least you got that right.
How'd you like that stunner the other night?
Man, hey, listen, y'all. I was at the game, and it was just crazy how cause being there, and you know what I'm saying, y'all probably watching on TV, but being there, the atmosphere was crazy. The team, they can't. What happened? What you gonna say?
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Lakers.
No. I was saying that, that our team, came back and we almost lost. You know what I'm saying? Because Virginia Tech has 26 returning seniors. So I knew that was going to be a tough game for us, but we came and we put it off. But when they talking about that's a touchdown for Virginia Tech, we all was stunned, and it was just crazy.
I thought it was going to be an interception. I mean, because the ball was still moving. Even Culler and I was on here, and we were looking at it. You know, he was watching his TV, and I was watching mine, and I'm going, that ball is moving, and it should be an interception. I mean,
Well, I was watching with my 9-year-old grandson, and he plays football now. And so I was explaining to him before that play that when you are in the defense and there's a pass into the end zone like that at the end of the game, the one thing you do is knock down the ball. You don't try to intercept. And so I'm explaining it to him, and then that play happens like that. And I'm totally on the same page that it should never have been called a touchdown in the first place. But I am shocked
because there was a melee, there was a
it.
pile, and a Miami defender came out with the ball. That should tell you at least you shouldn't throw your hands up.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it might not mean anything. Like it could have been completed and wrestled out, and the defender still could have jumped up with the ball and ran off. But to throw your hands up when the defender has the ball in his hand coming out of the pile, no, you already know there's stuff to look at that point. You're throwing your hands up. You know what I mean?
Yep. At least hesitate.
Yes.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Because we all know that there was no indisputable evidence to show that he caught it. So if it was ruled an incompletion, they wouldn't have been able to overturn that.
And there was only one view that you could even see anything, and the ball was moving.
Right, John. We're only fortunate enough to have that one view that showed the ball moving to be able to overturn it. Without that one view, we get screwed.
Yeah, because you couldn't see it. You couldn't see the ball at all the other way.
And all I saw was 3 different hands draped on the ball as it's coming down.
Yeah.
Then it goes away. And when you pick it back up on the other view, where the ball is clearly moving with everybody on the ground before it gets stripped out by the defender. Now, I actually thought the missed call there was an interception. But if you look, the guy's elbow was on the white line, so it would have been an incompletion even if it was completed by us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which actually the ball never hit the ground. So we did complete the interception, but we were out of bounds.
Hey, Culler. So like the Dolphins, right? I mean, what are we talking about the Dolphins right now?
Well, we've been talking about we talked about the game, our keys to the game. You know what it is. We got to show up. That's pretty much the key to the game. We all know how we win when we show up. Going through the X's and O's is kind of pointless. But we were talking about the people responsible for whatever debacle we might be in the front office and this and that, and how it can't just be Greer that goes. It can't just be Garfinkel. It's got to be the entire staff that was in that family photo. And I've pulled up the front office on the Dolphins website, and here you go. These are them right here. This is the main bulk of the executives in the building.
I was wondering what that was.
There they all are, every one of them. And then, of course, you got the partners. They put Garfinkel up with the partners and Bruce Beal. But then you've got Fergie as a partner, Venus and Serena and Mark Anthony are all partners. So they all have minority shares of ownership. Going down to the executives, these are the people that you need to fire. Greer, McDaniel, Brandon Shore, and the list goes on. And it's a long one.
Well, first off,
that is a long list.
Well, first off, I feel like we need to go fire GM. And if this head coach don't get this junk right, he need to go too.
Especially this guy.
Yeah.
Who?
The GM will pick his own coach.
Vice President, open ticket sales. That guy especially.
Yes,
yeah,
every time I turn around, I'm hearing complaints about how high the tickets are and this and that. And I've never been to a game, but man, I'm getting it from all kind of friends I have who go to the game. Good grief.
Yep. Then you can move on to this part. This staff, the athletic training. Yeah, every one of these guys needs to go.
But I brought this question up before. Do you think that they have, now I know injuries are part of football, but do you think that there's something going on with that, with the training, with those guys you just mentioned?
There's nothing I can put my finger on, but it's been so many years now, Mr. Polk, that you have to make a correlation. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Because this has been going on.
Like, even if it ain't their fault, change of scenery at this point, change of personnel just to see. You know what I mean?
And I have literally been calling that out for 5 years because of the number of seasons.
So has TD, ironically, and then he had two of his trainers' little mob go after him.
Yeah,
well, the thing is how many seasons?
But that's what happened to me when I brought it up. They were saying that, because I don't know how that runs. I'm talking about.
If you talk about the training staff as a whole, somebody gets offended.
But Culler.
The thing is the eye test tells me, and the facts tell me, that the number of seasons we have had huge, way more than the average number of injuries. Something's got to happen.
Well, Pam,
5 years.
Pam, there are those that would argue that they haven't really been that bad, that we blow it out of proportion. But who is it really blowing it out of proportion? It's the fans that continue to use that as an excuse for not only putting up a touchdown in Kansas City last year.
Absolutely.
So if any of those people want to come debate Pam right now, they're more than welcome.
Yeah, bring it.
Good luck with that.
Bring it.
You can't have it both ways.
Hey,
you can't blame every season on injuries. You can't blame all Tua's problems on injuries and then turn around and say we can't look at this training staff.
Exactly.
I
mean, who is ultimately responsible for that kind of thing? There's a lot on the player, depending on how hard they work, but
this ain't on Tua's trainer. Tua's trainer got him right.
I agree with that
Other
too.
than the concussions, I mean, you can only do so much. That ain't on him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about all the other injuries. Odell Beckham Jr., which now, by the way, we got news, everybody. Odell might have his practice window open this week. I didn't realize he was operating in Windows.
Yeah,
which means he'll be back. This means he'll be back when Tua shows up.
So get the hype up, everybody. Get the excitement up, because Odell's coming to practice.
Yeah, and he's going to lift everything.
That's our marketing team.
Up.
That's our marketing team. And yes, they were on that list too.
And they should be on that list, because I'm sorry, if you're going to market something, give us something that's worth marketing. Just saying.
Thank you.
They would never let me buy the Dolphins, Billy. I don't lean the correct way politically. They would never let me buy the Dolphins.
You
If
sure
only it
about
was a
that?
thing,
Stephen
right?
Ross is giving way more money than Trump than anybody.
Good point, good point, Crypto. But he's also given equally amounts to the other side in different ways. Not so out there, but yeah. He
But you
plays
would
the game, Crypto. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like you're right. He plays the game. So ultimately, you're right.
now. I don't know much about finance, but you would think by him changing the stadium route to now you have racing, you would think that would help bring the cost of tickets down. But like I said,
Right.
crypto maybe but crypto's good at
Well,
maybe
well,
explain that.
only if you're a season ticket. Well, see, Mr. Polk, the tickets did come down for the
Oh,
people
okay,
that did
okay.
for the people that didn't devote their whole season to the Dolphins by buying season tickets. Tickets are nice and cheap right now. I've seen them as low as $15.
Okay. Well, I take that back then. My apologies.
Well,
Yeah, it
no,
depends on
don't
which game you're
apologize.
playing.
Don't apologize.
It's only
That's the
because we're not
fallacy
doing
of it.
any good. It's
That's
only
the
because we're not
fallacy of
doing
it.
My
Is that
before
they
the season
told me
started,
it
the
feels
Cleveland
good
game
to
was
get my money up front
$69.
when I could have just went a la carte this year and spent $200 on the whole season.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's a thing. You know, if the season was different, it wouldn't be a thing.
Yeah. It wouldn't be that cheap.
No,
Probably.
and I already got my tickets because I'm doing the fan weekend with Mark NorCal Dolphin. So I paid a good price for mine.
This is
I'm
why
not
I'm
getting a
pissed at
cheap
the
game.
team. This is why I'm pissed at the
Paul's down
team
there.
much more than Tua. Because the fact of it is, when I bought my season tickets, I wasn't buying them because everybody knows I don't believe in Tua. Why would I buy season tickets? Because I believed in this team.
Yeah.
I believed
It's
in
all
a
about the
team that
logo.
demonstrated to me that they can help what I believe to be an inferior quarterback put 70 points on an NFL defense.
Well, Culler, they lied
That's
to
the
you,
team
sir.
I believed in. That's the team I bought season tickets for to watch, and that is not the team we've seen in the last 4 ball games. 3 ball games.
They lied to
7
you.
ball games.
They lied to you, sir.
So to your point there, Cutler, about, you know, putting 70 points up, and I agree with you about I believe in the team. I believe we have enough talent that we should overcome a lot of
So, right.
things.
So Pam, so who sold me out when they don't show up for the backups?
The team.
When they
The
don't put the
team.
right personnel in for
The
the
team and the
backup.
player and the
Yep.
coaches.
Well,
The coach.
Ross
The
actually,
coach
it was Ross that did
No,
because
no.
It wasn't Tua that failed
No.
me.
I mean, he
I
did fail
bought the
you.
season tickets full well knowing Tua could get hurt.
Yeah, but guess what, Color? Do you know who else failed you though?
Bro,
The GM
people can say, well, that's the gamble you
it,
take, Color. But hold on
Oh.
real quick, Lakers, before I let you cook. People could say that's the gamble you take, Color, but you're gonna tell me we go from 70 on Denver to 2 touchdowns all year?
That's not hold up now low key that's on the head coach and the
It's
quarterback. It's on both.
And
Greer.
that's all on Skyler?
No, that's not on
No.
Skyler.
Definitely
Skyler's a
not.
backup player.
All I've heard all week is how this guy don't belong in the NFL. Well, if they're going to make that take about Skyler, then we've got 52 other guys that don't belong in the NFL too.
Yeah, because they was talking about Sam Darnold don't belong in the NFL, but look what he's doing over there in the Vikings.
Oh, look
Yeah, they said he did.
look what Geno Smith doing over there with the Seattle Seahawks.
But here we are.
And then go
I
look
think
at
it's more the head
freaking
coach.
Justin Fields talking about
Well,
they
see,
don't
Greer
Lakers
has a
out there,
lot
they need to
to
change. They
do
need
with
to
it.
change it.
Yeah, but this is my problem, right? When we have other quarterbacks that are you saying that with our eyes we're watching football games and they're helping their team win games and doing what they got to do, and we still haven't, and we don't sound like look for freaking 32 years of my life, right? I've been a Dolphin, and we still have this one thing that we all want is a quarterback, a franchise quarterback. And some people say we have that. Some people say we don't. But that's still something that the fans want.
we don't even have a franchise.
Thank you, but
We
that's
don't even have a franchise.
People all along was defining franchise quarterback incorrectly to begin with.
But that's what I'm saying, and that's what they
Franchise
thought.
quarterback wins playoff games.
But thank you, and that's what you saw yesterday.
When you're doing, hold on a second. When I
Sunday.
say we don't even have a franchise, I don't say that flippantly, okay? Because part of being a franchise is actually wearing the same suit. In other words, when you become a franchise owner for McDonald's, you can't just go in there and start cooking your own food.
Nah, because you need to.
Okay,
you need to hire
you
the
can
people
make
that can do it.
adjustments to it based on your regional differences and all that. You can even make adjustments to it that McDonald's will end up adopting. But you just can't go into a McDonald's and run it however you want to. It's a franchise. The people the customers that are driving by that see that McDonald's sign are expecting a certain thing when they pull into that parking lot. You can't just go and do whatever you want to do as a franchise owner for McDonald's.
But Culler, but check this out, right?
Same with here with the Dolphins. We're sitting here doing all kinds of stuff organizationally, on the field, everywhere that no other teams do. So how can you call us a franchise of the NFL?
But check this out, right? Did the Dolphins organization do their homework in drafting our so-called Tua Tagovailoa franchise quarterback? I don't think we did.
They did the homework, but they just did it incorrectly.
That's right. They did it incorrectly.
They did the homework, it's just incorrect homework. That's all.
Right. And I know ABAB don't agree with me overall about Skyler, but he makes a great point here. Over one game against Buffalo, Skyler's our savior, according to guys like Pete. Now, I gave him credit for that game, but I wouldn't have called him our savior. One bad game, and he belongs in the CFL. And great point, AB. That's the fickleness of this fan base.
I mean, low key, he don't belong in the CFL. I don't think so, because you know what I'm saying, when Loki he went up against the Bills, he was like he almost got us the dub for that game. And now you want to say that he belongs in the CFL. He does not belong in the CFL, because guess what? That's on the head coach not giving your quarterback.
Well, this is why I tell people to prepare.
Thank you, Lake.
I tell people to prepare. If Tyler Huntley don't go out there tonight and rock the world, we are gonna see Skyler again. Just be prepared.
No. Yeah. I know that.
That's true.
But
well, he'll be playing
that,
with the Patriots game.
But I'm
put it out there.
No, but I like what Lake just said.
But Daniel may be on the hot seat.
But
who said, John?
If he doesn't come out and do good, Mike McDaniel has a lot to answer for.
Exactly.
Okay. Listen, he has
exactly.
He's gonna have
Let me tell you when Mike McDaniel had a lot to answer for, and not just him.
Yeah, he already does, Pam. I know what he already does.
Right.
You're right.
Well,
Pam, you're right.
Go ahead, Pam.
So
let her finish real quick.
So the point that he had something to answer for was when whoever helped decide that we were going to sign our quarterback to some huge contract, 200 million something, right? So whoever was in on that and decided that it was okay to have Skyler as plan B and no plan C, those people are on the hot seat, because the facts are the probability of Tua being hurt just like he is was astronomical.
Okay, Pam, real quick on that note. Pause for a second. On that note, Pam, pause for a second, John, real quick. On that note, I'm glad you brought up the probabilities of him getting injured again. Okay, and I know this question is just to frame it. It's not really meant to be a question.
Right?
Do you believe, Pam, that probability was more than 1%?
That he'll get hurt again?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I like I said, real, kind of more of a framing question. Okay, because even if you go conservative and say, well, I only thought he had a 10% chance based on how he's trained himself and all that. That's fine too. The problem there is we have a press conference on record that I roasted, so you can go watch the show where I pointed out. Matter of fact, I encourage you to, where Mike McDaniel flat out says just that.
That the probability was high or only 10%?
No. When asked about whether he saw the Giants' problems with their kicker, if that would ever be a problem for us, if he's planned for the contingency of losing our kicker. Don't ask me why the guy asked that, but Mike McDaniel, he can't just say, oh, that's not relevant. Next question. He's got to answer it. And he goes on to say that while it is only a 1% chance that happens, that they have in fact planned for that contingency, because unbeknownst to us the whole time, Dan Bailey kicks both ways.
Yeah, but
you know.
So he said basically, even though it's a 1% chance,
right,
they still planned for that contingency.
Yeah,
and
yet,
if two things.
Let me ask the question again.
Okay,
just to drive home the point.
Yep.
What do you estimate the probability of Tua getting injured again, Pam?
I estimate in conservative 75% at least.
Because
at least 75, and in my mind, 95.
If it's more than 1%,
we should have planned.
McDaniel is full of shit.
Yep, and I believe that is true. And anybody that had a part in deciding that that's how it was going to go, and that our plan B was Skyler. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the young man, but when you have a guy that the percentage is high, that he's going to be hurt and out for a considerable amount of time, you owed it to the team, to the fans, to the franchise to have a better plan B.
I'm glad you arrived at that point, Pam, because I've been told that Mike McDaniel, when he says he believes in Skyler and that he backs him up and that he's even probably going to give him another chance, I hear people saying that Mike McDaniel is crazy for that and that he doesn't know what he's looking at and that he's a bad coach for that, because we all have made our opinions about Skyler, right? So what gives here? In his mind, he did plan for that percentage chance, that probability of Tua getting injured. He truly does believe in Skyler. So now, when you think of it on those terms, now we can make a fair assessment individually of what we think about Mike McDaniel in his football acumen.
But
well, I think that what he did,
I don't think it's just lip service, him backing up Skyler like he has been.
Which I agree with, because clearly either that or he refuses to admit he's wrong. I don't know which one if it's more stubbornness or just stupidity.
Or just like any other quarterback, including our own QB1 for 3 years, maybe he just had a bad game.
No.
Yeah, he had 3 bad games then.
I'm just saying, Lakers. I'm just saying.
But my thing is this. It seemed like to me when Skyler came in, he was running the same scheme of plays that he was with Tua. And Skyler,
thank you.
And Tyler and the other guy,
fair enough, but Mike McDaniel fair enough, but Mike McDaniel explicitly said that he believes Skyler can execute everything that Tua can.
But okay. Shut this up. I know that. No,
he said that, not me. That's not my opinion.
That's
McDaniel's opinion.
But I'm just saying, for McDaniel to say that, that's to me, that's not right. I mean, because Skyler and Tua are 2 different. I agree with what you're saying, Culler. But I'm saying, for McDaniel to say that Tua and Skyler are 2 different quarterbacks.
Right. So that leaves the dichotomy. either we're wrong about Skyler, okay, or Mike McDaniel doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, I think there's a real good
Or he
chance.
can't even change himself. Okay, maybe he's playing Madam on a screen, and he's got a scheme going on. He goes, this guy can play it. I know he could play it because I got it. And he plugged Tua in. He thinks he could plug anybody in that system and have it work.
But
not everybody's the same.
But that's
exactly.
But listen,
No,
that's
go
the
ahead.
problem.
Huntley's not the same. If he does it the same, if he does the same thing that Huntley as he does it Tua, we may lose.
No, you listen. No, we not going. But listen, we are going to lose if that
No,
happens.
I know. I mean, I'm
No,
saying.
listen, we are because
Really quick. One thing you guys are failing to take into account when it comes to my take on McDaniel in this whole situation with Skyler and all that. I'm not the only one that's been there, but Pam has been to camp plenty of times.
Me too.
You can probably attest to this. What you see when you're at camp and you're watching practice is they don't come out and like run a bunch of separate stuff when Skyler gets in rotation. All the quarterbacks are running the same system, the same plays. I watched Tua run 2 or 3 plays. Skyler will come in, run those same 2 or 3 plays.
And 3 years he's had in the system. 3 years. And I'm just saying that
Real quick,
when
man,
I
real
look
quick,
at
before you finish
Go
that
ahead.
thought, welcome El Capitan. He's joined us.
Hey, El Cap.
What up? What up?
Yeah,
What
you
up?
are you free enough to hold it down for a second, a little longer? Because I was about to like kind of shut it down because I got to get a shower and get ready and all that shit. But if you wanted to keep it going a little longer, I can go do some things, come back and shut it down, whatever you want to do.
I mean, Crypto and Mr. Polk are here. They can.
Yeah, of course. And
I won't be able to keep it going either because I gotta run some errands before tonight.
Well, and also the other thing I was thinking is, the audience, the
I would love
panel
to.
has a hard
I
enough
can't.
time with the host, getting control.
Yeah, I can hang around. I don't
No,
know
I mean,
how much of a great of an eye I can keep on everything.
Well, I'm thinking if you're about to cook for however long you're about to cook, that might give me a chance to break away for a second and
Yeah, go
do
ahead,
some
Culler. Break away what you got. I'll be around for a little bit.
All right, bro. I got it. I'm listening. So I
I can listen in right now because I got to run a bunch of errands before I get strapped in for the night.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm right. So look, I got a question, right? What did Mike McDaniel do at the 49ers before he became a Dolphins head coach? What did he do?
He was a wide receiver
run game coordinator.
coach.
Wide receiver.
Right before he became an OC.
It was at San Fran.
No.
San Fran. He was their run game coordinator.
He was.
He wasn't the.
He was their wide receivers coach and I think he was pass game coordinator. I didn't know if he was
run game coordinator for the 49ers.
Okay,
yeah.
so if he was those things, why are they saying that he's a offensive guru and a quarterback guru? That doesn't make no sense because like if you have Skylar Thompson that can run and throw the ball, but then you have this limited quarterback that can only throw the ball in slots, in the flats, and maybe the up in corners and the deep pass. Four plays that he can throw the ball, but then you have another quarterback that can throw the ball, that can run, that has an arm that everybody's seen that he does. But then you have this other quarterback that's a limited quarterback. But then you have Skylar Thompson doing the same thing that Tua has. There's 2 different quarterbacks that could do 2 different things. So why do you have the second quarterback?
I know. I can give you an answer to that.
Mm-hmm.
And the answer is very broad because if you remember, with Adam Gase is like this, and a lot of offensive coordinators are like this. So here's the deal, right? They offensive coordinators, these gurus, these guys that are designers, they have this systematic way of thinking about football, and they look at it as like chess pieces moving around and stuff, and they're not wrong, right? And they prioritize that in practice, that if you can operate these things in this scheme in this way, you will be successful. And being quote unquote perfect in that scheming is valued to them, and they put a value on that more than everything else.
Okay.
They would rather have a guy that can throw at the 2.2 second mark in that little window. That's higher priority than any athletic ability that someone may possess.
Okay.
And that's really where these guys get like tunnel vision, right? And they believe, and you see the same thing happen to them every time when the timing isn't there and the offense isn't there. They're always trying to go to something sideline to sideline to try to get the timing back on their side. And it's very apparent, and we see it all the time. These guys, they what usually happens is a quarterback either A, can't physically cut it in all the other ways like Tua can't and other guys, or B, the guy that they're trying to get to do that, Tannehill, Trey Lance, these guys, they get mentally broken, and then they don't become, they're a lot of them wash out of the league because they want to take out. Here's what it is, right? They don't possess those abilities. They don't have the ability to throw like that. They don't have the ability to. The coaches don't have the ability. So there's almost scheming like a game for regular folks rather than super athletes, which is what these guys are. And so I think it's an ideology mishap. I'm not saying that the scheme isn't great and everything, but it's why like you'll always see these teams that do have these types of offenses ultimately either A, the guy who's there defaults back to this, or B, the guy who takes his job because that guy got fired always defaults to trying to find someone that's more athletically gifted to run that operations. The problem again lies where they take someone who has all this athletic ability and try to pigeonhole them into this offense rather than letting them sit to grasp the offense and training them over time. They try to force them in there, and then they go back to what got them there, running the ball and stuff. You're looking at that happening right now to AR-15 with the Colts. They just completely thrown the bath and the baby out with the bathwater. They have taken away all idea of system that the Colts have always run system quarterback and offenses there. And they're just having this guy run the ball now because they don't. To me, they should have sat AR-15 for 3 years and trained him in the system or gotten rid of him.
Yeah,
but
you're right. But so look, back on this McDaniel thing, right? So have you seen his system work? Like, you know what I'm saying? For me, when I was watching the Bills game, the Bills look like they know what the Dolphins doing. The Jaguars look like they know what the Dolphins was doing. The Seattle looked like they knew what the Dolphins was doing. So, I mean, this head coach, he can't just have one system and think it's gonna work for all these other teams.
Well,
Year after
so
year.
this is where the fact that I think McDaniel is a very good play designer. He's very good at that. But he is not a really good game time coach or play caller. And here's a
Or
big
manager.
question for me. Why do we have two OCs and what are they doing?
Well, we got
I
more than
don't get
that.
it.
Remember, Studsville's there. We've got Embry there. All those guys have been offensive coordinators. Some have been head coaches or co-offensive coordinators or whatever. There's a lot of offensive experience on there. The problem is what it looks like to me, they're not practicing the things that us Dolphin fans are saying, hey, let's do. And it's apparent on game day when they're not getting it done or not even trying it. They're not practicing. Here's the deal, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is that what we want as a Dolphins franchise is to have our cake and eat it too. We want this high explosive passing timing offense where you're going to throw it 35 times a game and get 400 yards, but we also want to be able to defer to being a power run game. And there's only one or two teams that for short stretches of their tenure that can pull off having both. Most teams say, hey, we're going to be a spread passing style offense, or we're going to be a power running style offense. And we keep finding ourselves late against the better defenses, better teams, and late in the season when people are banged up, needing to be a power running team. I mean, look at the freaking Lamar Jackson didn't pass for 170 yards. He passed for 153 yards yesterday. But look, that team scored 35 points. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they mixed it up, Cap. They mixed it up.
They're true balanced attack.
They had
They have a triple threat offense.
That's right.
We don't have that.
Last week, Mike threw the ball or ran a ball and stopped running the ball. Started passing all the time.
Because he doesn't know how else to get it done.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
And even if he knows how to get it done, he can't expect his players to get it done that way because that's not how they practice.
That's not his system. I know.
So check this out, right? So look, y'all are saying this, right? But it's like, okay, so look, if your head coach does not know how to adapt and do a different scheme for these better defenses, then how are we gonna win? Because
I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying? Like, how are we gonna win?
His plan this offseason is in these timing routes. There's the second half of all timing routes. And that second half is that, okay, say it's a slant. And on this slant, if you're not getting it in less than 2 seconds, then the second part of the route is once you get out to the outside hash, you go upfield. You know what I'm saying? And that's the next part in this offense where the quarterback and everyone needs to be in this internal clock too. They go, hey, it's 2 seconds. I ran my route. It didn't come to me, yet the play isn't over. I got to do the next part. The problem is I don't think they're practicing it enough. I think Tua has handcuffed them that way. Tua's deadly accuracy is the best virtue and vice of this offense.
But that's
because it's literally they're working in this perfect paradigm that only exists when things are going perfect, and when they're not, you have nothing to gear down or adjust to. They've got nothing. And this is what we always see out of this team and what we're always going to see out of this style of offense, man. Until we can get a quarterback
if I can just say, like, going back to the whole point that I started out with and Culler's point about the family picture. So the whole thing is that all the powers that be have allowed this to happen. That picture needs to be cut off at the knees. It is irresponsible to bring in all this talent, pay all this money, and then turn around and this is what we've got. It is ridiculous and irresponsible as the Miami Dolphins organization. And that family photo needs cut out.
But Pam,
it's malpractice. That's what it's called.
But Pam, check this out, right? This is why before El Capitan came on, that's why I asked you, did we do our homework on Tua? I mean, some people told me yes, but I feel like we didn't do our homework because I feel like we just got Tua because he's from Alabama. Nick Saban is his coach. He threw that pass to Ruggs or whoever
let's
in
be
the
honest.
national championship. That's what I'm saying. It's like
we got Tua because of money.
There you go, Lance. Now you got it. Because here's the deal.
Fine.
That's all it is.
100%.
The
And I
amount of
think
money
we
that the
did our
Dolphins
homework. What we didn't do was assess the homework correctly.
Correctly, yes. That's
I
what
did.
yeah.
I mean,
Right.
I did too because
Yeah.
low key.
Yeah,
That's
Lance, if
correct.
only it could count, right?
But but check this
I mean,
out.
I
Because
never. I mean, it's not that I don't like to. I just
No.
never thought he was that
but
quarterback.
but thank you. But that's what we're
Well,
But that's what I'm saying. It's like that's what I'm saying. Like, did we do our homework? Because if you have a quarterback, right, that he only has accuracy and he gets hurt previously in college, and then after that he comes back or
right.
whatever. He has these low key
Look,
limitations. Then
He's won one championship, and
I,
if you want to call it that.
And that
in
was
relief,
maybe not even on
halfway
him.
through a game.
Yeah,
but
I
that
mean,
that's
one
what I'm saying.
touchdown.
Like when you have a quarterback that he has limitations to himself, and you don't really see all the all the accolades he has because he didn't throw the ball in the combine. You know what I'm saying? You saw. I think we just saw somebody that low key fits the Dolphins. Quarterback, whatever's, and then we just got him. You know what I'm saying? We didn't do our homework as in is he a winner? Is he a leader? Is he this? Is he that? Is he gonna make the team better? I think we just got this dude because of Alabama. Where I mean, who is the coach
well,
and what he did
I
in
would
national
say in the
championship.
5 years since the tank season to now, the Dolphins probably have accrued close to $1 billion in net worth gains since Tua.
That's cool and all. Hey, yo, but that's cool and all. But guess what? Did we
Here-
win a championship though?
Nope, but
no.
that
Okay.
was a point that I've been making though, Lakers all day.
Yeah.
Is that right now NFL owners have got to be looking at Stephen Ross like a genius. Here's a guy who has bought in a team and paid 1.1 billion, invested another billion, bringing it to 2.1 billion dollars in total assets, while also in that 2.1 billion building a racetrack, a stadium, and buying a tennis arena and putting them all around there. So it's not like he didn't buy anything with that that other $1 billion he spent, and he took that money, and the team is worth 7.1 billion. He's made $5 billion in 2 years, in 20 years. There is not an investment firm on earth that would look at that and not think, holy shit, how can we duplicate that? It is by far one of the biggest and best investment money schemes I've ever seen. And Dolphins fans alike, we've been on a Ponzi scheme since this man bought the team. And that's all we've ever been.
El Capitan, I have to say, I feel more educated every single time I listen to you talk. Seriously.
Thank
Cap,
you. Thank you.
know what he's talking about. That's for
I
sure.
find
Be careful, Pam. You get the airpin in his head. You got to pull it out.
You got to pull it out.
I mean, listen, it's a cold,
Cap.
hard fact. Yeah.
Hey, Cap. You see my name is right. My name is Lakers all day, right? So like the Lakers organization, we got 17 championships, right? So you know what I'm saying? Our moxie is win championships. You know what I'm saying? The money's gonna come. You feel me? The fans are gonna come if we win championships. But you're telling me that just because we got an owner that can bring all this in, that's you know what I'm saying? Like we need to win championships first before we can do all that.
You could try to do that.
Who picks a person that's hurt on their first round?
But that's what I'm saying.
I would have said that too. Okay, El Cap asked me that at the very beginning when
it's all about the money.
When you saw me, and I didn't want to say it, but I would not have picked Tua because of his
Nobody
injuries.
would have.
No, I've said it since
Here's the real
before we
question.
picked Tua. I didn't want Tua.
If the Dolphins
we got an offensive listen, we got an offensive lineman that dropped in the draft because of a picture of a face mask. Of a picture of a
gas mask.
Gas mask. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, he dropped in the draft. Now, and he didn't have any injuries. And I don't know.
No, I
I
know what
always
you, I know what you're going. I know what you're saying, John.
yeah.
I know what you're saying.
I would have
I
not have picked him. Okay, just because of that.
Hey, John,
I don't care where he was from.
hey, John, and guess what? And just because you say Tunsil, right? So wouldn't you want to listen to a head coach that has a championship under his belt?
Well,
As in,
yeah.
Well,
okay,
again,
so
that championships are here again.
mhm,
Championships are not the priority, as seen by all of their action. They can talk championship and say championship, but it has never been the
but
priority. It's
that's
been
not
about
the
money.
priority.
Money is
So
Well,
the only constant that has
that's
continued to happen with the Dolphins. And let me put a big exclamation point on the point I made earlier about $5
mhm,
billion.
mhm.
This team hasn't won a single playoff game in that time. There is not a team in the NFL that has had least success with the most games, not even close. The only closest team you could see that's close to that would be the Dallas Cowboys. But
I was gonna.
at least they have recent history where the Dolphins' last championship was in 73. You know what I'm saying? So
Been a
It was
it's
minute.
72. Was it 72 or 72? Wasn't it?
73 they won.
no,
72 they
73.
won and
Yep.
73 they won. But
Yep.
73.
and
Yeah,
and
73.
and remember, though, that was a Dolphins team that was lunch pail, blue collar, hard nosed football. That's how we won. And ever
With
since then,
Larry Zonk.
that's right. And it's
But El
never gone back.
Capitan, everything you said before about the focus of this team explains any other question. You don't even have to ask questions about why did we get to or why did we do this, because everything you said explains all of it. It answers D, all of
No,
the above.
it
But
does.
by the
It
way,
does.
your microphone is a little quiet. I'm
Mine,
having a little trouble
Yeah,
hearing you.
I could
mine.
hear it,
But
but I mean,
but
I
you
could
know
hear
what I'm saying.
Cat.
But like,
It's
if
okay.
they keep on having this
But
money driven, you know what I'm saying, thing,
turn it.
then we're never gonna, you know what I'm saying, we're never gonna win championships because I mean, just because like the
We're not.
owner has that type of, he wants the money all the time, but then look, you have a team that's haven't won championships in a long time. You should change that because football is, you own a football team. Don't you want your football team to win championships, right? So you should have that and not the money. It's like the money's gonna come when you win championships. You feel me?
Yeah, but
It's not gonna.
who owns our football team? A real estate mogul, a developer.
Yeah.
And what has
Mhm.
he done? He buys low,
Mhm.
develops, and sells high. He literally is selling 15% of this team for the money. His asking price for 15% of the team is his initial investment price in 2008. It's his
I
initial
had no
investment
idea.
price.
Oh my
He's
gosh.
asking for $1.1 billion, and he's going to get it for 15%. That is 100% of 1.1 billion of what he purchased it for. He's literally going to get that and be flush with nothing but profit and own all this stuff. Everything he's got is to the good. Everything he's got is to the good. What do you think he cares about? Now, he doesn't want to be embarrassed. He doesn't want people to not like him. But I definitely don't hear Dolphins fans coming for him while he serves up the next GM, the next coach, the next quarterback. When all the reality is it's this snake we let into the building that is a billionaire who wants to be a gajillionaire because these people think they live forever. And that's the facts.
Yeah.
That's the
And it's
facts.
why he looks so calm, in his comfy little box.
exactly.
He's fine because I just
Yeah, he
made
ain't
how much
hurting.
more money?
He ain't hurting. He ain't hurting. And I hear Dolphins fans always, well, at least we have an owner that spends for us. Spends for me how? Every team in
I
the
know. Yeah, I
NFL
hate that
today,
talking point. That's
every
terrible.
team in the NFL today is at zero cap or next to it. There's a cap price. You can only spend so much every time. Signing players don't mean nothing. It's money that is accounted for. Every owner ends up spending close to it. Give or take 12 to 15 million, everyone's spending the same amount of money.
Hey, Capitan. So you're telling me that that's the reason why Flores got fired because of Stephen Ross wanted
Flores
the
got
money.
fired because he didn't take precedence
go along with
over
the
making
program.
money versus over making football, which is why his words exactly were, "You don't know shit about football."
You see that? Thank you. See, man, boy, I tell you, boy, we ain't gonna win nothing unless we get a person that.
The only way we're going to win something is when the fans open their eyes and unanimously see the truth. I'm telling you, and we start holding the one person in account that can do something about it, the owner.
But how does that look, El Cap? How does that look? What does that look like?
So you want to know what I think? You want to know how I think we can do it?
Yes.
Because here's the problem, right? The problem is that there's so many casuals and cucked fan bases, and he's effectively built what he said he was always going to build. I want a high class event style thing to be Miami, and he's done it. He's created this upper class. Now, don't get me wrong, the tickets today are $30. But if if Tua was there and the Dolphins were 2-1, those tickets would be $190 for the same tickets that are going for 30 right now. And that's the facts.
Yes.
That being said, to me, the Dolphins fans need to have a hold in. And how does that look? I don't know how. I've been trying to get this put together since the inception of the show. We don't even have a tenth of what we need. But I would love to organize a massive Dolphin fans go there, tailgate, game starts, nobody walks in. Nobody goes in. And that, because that would shake the foundation of these gajillionaires. Because we're never going to own the team. We could start a GoFundMe from now until all of us are dead and our great grandkids are dead. We'll never catch up to the amount of money and power these people have that own it now. The only way we can make it felt is if 20,000, 25,000 people didn't walk in the stadium, and here it is, a televised thing, and they're looking at all these empty seats, and everyone's outside the stadium.
Yeah.
It would be on national news.
I've heard you say this before, El Capitan, and I think what you're saying is a great idea. I don't know how we do it. I think it should be done. I would be glad to be a part of it. I would buy a ticket and not go in. I would do it. If there's some way.
I think there's a lot of us. There's just not enough. And
would have to
maybe
have
one day, maybe one day I can get all of the creators on all platforms to get in on this, and we just push it for like a month, and it's fan week, and everyone shows up, and nobody goes in.
Ooh,
but it'd take a long time to get everyone into that.
You need to talk to TD and all that and everybody else and
Even all of them put
elaborate.
together right now, it still isn't enough. It still isn't enough. We would have to get it going and build it and talk about it for months. And
it would take a year. It would take a year to get it coordinated. Yep. It would take a year to coordinate it. But I'm all in. I'm behind
Game
you.
Boy says they have your money, Cap. I get that. They do have the money. But you know what they've lost? They'll lose the perspective. They'll lose the narrative. That's what they'll lose. The one thing these billionaires can't buy is the love of public. So they buy it in a million ways. But if we can show that we're turned on them, forget about it, bro. They would lose their shit. They lose their shit. Right away, I wouldn't be surprised if something like that happened. Let's say it was able to pull off a couple of times. The NFL would make them sell the team. They'd get rid of him because it would hurt their bottom line across all the way.
Exactly. And the media would cover it, and it would be an embarrassment.
It would
to
be
the
an
NFL.
embarrassment. That's what hurts these guys. Their ego. They're fucking egomaniacs. Hurting their ego is the only thing we got. You could sit there and not give them any money. That ain't going to matter. Me not going to a game isn't leaving an empty seats all over the place. There's enough dummies around that are going to continue to go to the games. That's the deal.
Right.
So
Cap,
you're not gonna say, "Oh, I'm not gonna give them my money." That's gonna get them. That
Right.
ain't hurting these guys.
Cap,
They're
I got a couple questions about what you're saying. What if former Dolphin players, would they be able to get involved in that? And what would happen if they did get involved in what you're saying?
They would only show up after the fact, Mr. Polk. They would only show up after the fact because they're not dumb either. They're not going to bite the hand that feeds them, buddy. They're not.
Yeah, and
Now they
that
would
would hurt them way more than it would hurt us. They would have a lot deeper price to pay than we would.
Yeah, and I don't expect them to do that. Now, when they do start showing up in support of our quote unquote protest, then you'll see it really out. Again, I'm just biding my time. This might take 10, 15 years from now. It might be a different owner that I pull this off with, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. I can
truck
play
driving
the long game.
industry's been trying to shut down for years, but you can't get enough people to do it.
Well, look at the longshoremen, baby. Look at the longshoremen, buddy. They just did it. They just did it.
Ain't none of that gonna happen if they all ain't gonna hit the like button anyway. So
that ain't no lie.
Make sure you're hitting the like button.
Who did it?
Exactly. Hit the like.
The longshoremen at the ports are on strike right now.
Right now.
Yeah,
today.
That's
right this second.
In New York, right?
No, everywhere. Every port in America walked out today.
Okay. Well, my dad said something about something
the
like that.
longshoremen walked out today because the same thing. They're tired. Again, bro, here's what everyone continues to forget. We get all caught up in narratives of Tua and Mike McDaniel. It is us versus them, the haves and the have-nots. And all of this flows in one direction. Whether we win, lose, suck, are the best team for the first 8 weeks, none of that shit matters. All of the answers at the end of the day fall in one direction. And that's the gajillionaire fucking mogul continues to make gajillions of dollars off of us, off of our heartbreak, off of our sweat, off of our blood, off of our tears. And until we do something about it, nothing will get done.
Yeah. You're right.
Because he's sitting pretty up there making,
what the fuck
like
he
you said, $1 million a second, and he's
flying on his Lear
gonna
jet
live forever.
Yep, the guy claims Gainesville, claims Miami, claims fucking New York, claims fucking
How old
Michigan.
Is he anyway?
Who the fuck knows, bro? No one knows anything about this guy. He came out of nowhere. Literally, it was like 1983. Came out of nowhere. That's how these guys work, man. Motherfucker could be Mossad for all I know.
Damn Northerners destroying us again.
Yeah, bro. These fucking Yanks are coming in and fucking my shit up, dog. Over it.
They taking over my state.
Fucking over it.
But it's something else because I got text this morning and last night about about the strike, and they were saying you better get out and grab your toilet paper and stuff like that because it's going to affect us receiving
the shipping lanes.
Stuff. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what my dad said.
I ain't worried about it.
No.
3 likes away, everybody.
As long as there's a stream with some leaves around, that's all good.
Yeah, I don't really care.
3 likes, people. Hit the likes. He needs 3 likes. Come on, hit the likes. 3 likes away. Come on.
Great point, lad. Something like that.
Yeah, I don't really care. I mean,
oh my goodness.
I'm actually signed in under 2 different YouTube accounts, and I hit the like under both. So don't forget
2-time
that.
Like. 2-time like.
Oh yeah, I guess I could have done that.
But that was well said, Cap. I like. I'm glad you explained that. And what happened. So
that's all I got, Mr. Polk.
We're 1 away.
Yeah.
So if you hit the like button right now, it's all because of you. Never mind. The dam broke. 102. Good job, everybody.
Hey, Cap, does Vegas play a role in this too?
Who?
Vegas. Las Vegas.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they're everything
we
is beholden.
can't talk about that.
Everything's beholden on the Vegas thing. I mean, it's amazing how right Vegas is. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's whatever.
They're right because they make it right. That's, I mean, they're not right because they're guessing right. They're right because they make it right.
There you go.
Yeah, no, there's all that too. But
They can be
again,
wrong, but they're right.
well, look, when you can deliver, when you're a team that's so good that you can literally throttle back and allow a team that you're up 3 touchdowns on to gain up and catch up to you, to only then, win ultimately in the end, like Patrick Mahomes can do, then you'll get all the help that Patrick Mahomes gets. Tom Brady could do it. Patrick Mahomes could do it. And they all get the good calls magically.
He didn't do it last night.
Well,
magically.
Well, actually,
talking about they won.
What?
Well, hold up.
They did win, right?
Yeah,
No,
they won. I don't know what
Yeah, they won.
No, they
The
lost.
Jets, they lost. They
No.
lost. They just lost.
The Chiefs won.
Oh, the
The
Chiefs.
Chiefs
Oh, okay,
lost.
somebody. I
No.
heard Aaron Rodgers. That's why.
No,
The Chiefs
No, the
won.
Jets.
The Chiefs won.
Yeah, they
I didn't
Did
say
they?
Aaron Rodgers. I didn't say
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers. I said
Somebody said it.
Mahomes.
I couldn't.
Chiefs
Somebody
won.
because
That's what I'm saying.
somebody was
said
telling me
Aaron
they
Rodgers.
lost.
Nope.
They're wrong. Chiefs won.
Damn it!
Yep.
They were
Like El
looking
Cap
good.
said, they came back at the very end,
Yeah.
just
Imagine
so
that.
magically came back.
The
Right.
Chiefs are able to throttle back on a team where Vegas can make up all the money. Because everybody that's like, oh man, Chiefs this and that, like all the good money can be played on Chargers, and once they break even, then they can win the game. But whatever.
And now they're even more with Taylor's. What's her name? Taylor, whatever.
Taylor
Swift.
Swift.
Oh, Swifty.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, she's not dumb. She's trying to break into middle of America since she's turned her back on them with country music. I know what time it is.
Nah, she was never country anyway.
I know, but they felt country people used to
But yeah,
claim
right.
her,
I mean, I get it.
and now they feel like she's turned her back on her with all her sexy time fucking dancing. The good old Bible Belt, and now they love him again because their favorite quarterback's number one weapon is dating her, and he's gonna make an honest woman out of her. It's all fucking bullshit, guys. Life's a pageant. Life is a fucking pageant.
Hell, he'll be joining the Illuminati just like her.
Bro, listen, if he was smart, he'd already had 2 kids with her. That's what he should have done. But obviously it ain't real because that ain't what happened. Because any other fucking football players latching up to the biggest pop star in the world ain't letting that slip by. So whether he gonna stay with it or not.
And you know who owns half of her music right now, don't you?
Who?
Or a majority of it?
Who?
George Soros.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
Oh man.
Better be careful, bro. He owns a lot of this too. Better shut the fuck up. Motherfucker will shut this bitch down quick, son.
I can tell you right now, I do not go the way of.
You just bought 200 and some odd networks.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
they consolidate. That's all they do. They just consolidate. I wish he would buy this fucking network. I'd sell all this shit out right now. Give me fucking
I'd take
50
some
mil.
Soros money. I don't give a shit.
Fucking right. Give me some Soros money. I'll fucking misinform. I'll misinform
Everybody
the
else
dummies
taking
with
it.
But then I'd call you out, Cap. I'd call you out for your crap.
The funny thing is, the funny thing is, I'm a capitalist. So if Soros wants to give me some money, hey, I'll take it. Ain't gonna change the way I vote, but I'll take the money.
I don't know. I'll do it. You pay me enough, dog. I don't know.
I'll tell them whatever you want to hear for fucking, the price is right.
That's right. That's right. And that's what the
Then I'd have to call you all out on your
capitalism. American capitalism, as perfect as it is, it in itself is a flawed system. Because if everything's for sale,
By the way,
but I don't know if I can pull some of it off. I don't know. Some of it's pretty out there. So
yeah, true that.
By the way, it was 17-10 Chiefs over Chargers.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have to know the score or the outcome of the game to know how it was going to go out.
Yeah.
Because all I had to do was look at the betting line and see that it was 10-0, and the plus money went on Chargers, good money for them to win, and that people would want to take. While still, the Chiefs were at minus money, down 10-0, and I was like, well, there it is. Vegas is telling the ones that know, yeah, you ain't gonna make big, but you can make some.
Yeah.
I like to bet and risk it. That's what I like to do.
Hey, you bet a lot. I was watching you. Then you bet every play.
Yeah, I bet $1 here and $1 there, dude. I don't bet heavy. I ain't got money like that. I got fucking $30 spread out over the 2 games on Monday night.
I was
And I got
wondering
like
how
20
much
bets.
you paid. Like, I didn't know how you did that.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, somehow
You
I got
only
the
bet
same.
what you can risk.
I got the double
afford to
click
risk.
affliction by Hard Rock on one of my bets, so I got 2 of the same bet cap. It's
Dude, they've gotten me with that a couple of times.
Yeah.
The click don't go away.
If
You
there's
don't
a
know if you
bet,
got it.
if Huntley goes in for a touchdown or
Oh, I'm
Snoop goes
hitting
in
that.
for a touchdown,
So
I
I
would do it.
I got Jalen Waddle. Wait, what is it that I got twice? Jalen Waddle. No, it's not Jalen Waddle. It's Miami to win all 4 quarters.
That's a terrible bet.
Oh, I know it is, but it's plus
Terrible bet.
1,500 odds. So I'm like, yeah, I'll do it for $5, And
You'll never get it. You'll never get it.
Well, if I get it, I'm gonna get it twice. So
damn, you took it twice.
It'd be a nice $160. You know what I mean?
Jesus Christ, dude! This fucking house doesn't even look like we got final paint.
Anyway,
Sorry,
I am at the spot where I can't avoid the shower, so I'm gonna probably call it a morning.
Yeah, shut her
Thank
down.
you, Culler. Thank you for the space. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate
Yes,
y'all
Culler.
joining me for a nice civilized panel today. Maybe we'll do that every Monday. I think.
Yeah. And
Winner
Pam,
wins.
so.
I haven't seen you up here in a while. Yeah.
Who?
I haven't seen you up in TFTG in a while.
Who?
Pamela.
Oh, Pam. Yeah, it has been a minute.
Oh, she's busy. She's been busy.
Well, that's why I
Yeah.
came up here because I haven't seen her.
Oh, that's so sweet.
What do you think it was for color or El Capitan? I mean, come on now.
It certainly wasn't for us. Lance is just listening in the truck.
Yep. I support the channel. My money goes every month to the channel. Definitely. Just had a lot of life kind of smack me down here the past year. So
I know Papa Pa's at the in down south, Miami, somewhere. He's gonna go to the game. Yeah, he's already down there.
Yeah, I think Ali's already on his way down there, and he
Color will
popped
be
in.
there soon.
Y'all bring us the game. Bring us the game, Culler.
So yeah, appreciate everybody coming. I'm gonna bounce out too, Color. Thanks for the show, and everybody, thanks for coming on. And I'll see you guys later.
Yep.
Thanks,
Have a good one.
Hellcat.
All right.
You take care.
And the next time you guys hear from me, I will be chiming in probably on El Cap or on El Cap's pregame to say hi and tell you what the stadium conditions of the stadium are. I suspect, Pam, traffic's not going to be too heavy getting in and out of there tonight. That's the one bright side of everything, I guess. I don't know, though. You never know. As cheap as tickets got, maybe we do fill up. Who knows? I mean, it's like live Monday Night Football for $15. I mean, I think a lot of people might end up coming at the last minute.
Well, maybe you'll be able to move down to row 1. I'm hoping that for you.
At least row 1 of the upper deck. That's actually, to me, that's the best seat in the house.
Well, there you go. I hope you get there.
End zone, front row, upper deck, or some, because obviously you can't get in the 200 section without big bucks.
Right.
The same view though can be had at the front row of the upper deck because it's just higher. It's just as far out there though as the second level. So you're just a little higher. So we're really not that much further away from the players than you are in the second level. That's why that front row in the upper deck is just perfect. Like it's like watching the game on a 150-inch television.
Well, I
And
hope you make it.
And I prefer the end zone, so you can see exactly what's going on. You
like the side of the end zone or like the back of it?
I'm pretty much as close to the center of the end zone as I try to get.
Right.
Like
Okay.
as far as behind the uprights, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I'm
football,
up
maybe.
Yeah, I'm up pretty high. I prefer front row in that upper deck, but I'm up pretty high right now. Till
Okay.
I get sold another bill of goods next year for season tickets. Maybe I'll get to move up.
Well, I don't. I prefer being up high because then that way I irritate less people because I like to stand the entire time.
That's true too. But see, that's the other benefit of that front row, Pam, is I mean, I know you like to stand to cheer. That's one thing, but you don't have to stand up for any play to see it. You know what I mean? You can literally sit there the whole time and nobody gets in your way.
Right. No, I'm standing up, yelling, screaming, dancing. I love the whole thing.
I'm really tall, so it's like I always feel like I'm the dick if I do that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I wait till like enough of people around me stand up that I can't be the one blamed. That's usually when I stand up.
Yeah, I got you.
Last time I went to a football game was, well, I'll just say it was when we had the Orange Bowl.
Oh, wow.
But
you'll enjoy the new stadium. It's cool. But it's not the Orange Bowl, though. The Orange Bowl was,
I'll tell you this, though. If we're on defense and you know what I mean, it's 4th and 2 and they're going for it. And it's down close to where we're at, and I can't really see over the people. No, I'm standing up. Damn right, I'm standing up. Everybody in that stadium better be standing up.
Right.
You know, and if you're not, if you're not standing up in that moment, you're in the minority, and you don't know how to watch football at a live game. You know what I mean?
And you need to get them kicked out.
So just go with the flow. That's what I'd recommend to any young people or new people that aren't familiar with how to watch live football when you're there. Go with the flow. Okay? If everybody's standing up around you for some reason and you don't know why, do it anyway.
Right? Or you're going to have a bunch of asses in your face.
If everybody's yelling and screaming and standing up, follow suit. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You know?
Agreed.
And you know what? If we're on offense, I don't care what everybody else is doing. Sit down and shut up.
Yep.
And if somebody next to you is yelling and screaming, tell them to sit down and shut up. As long as they're wearing, Dolphin gear. You don't want to get in a fight with the opponent's fan base. But, if we're on offense, you want to be able to hear a pin drop. I know it's counterintuitive, because you want to cheer on your offense. You want to cheer on your team, but you can't. You just got to sit there and watch football.
That's right.
Let the offense cook.
Football fan 101.
Now, once there's a position player or a playmaker with the ball in his hands, they don't need you to shut up then. You can start cheering during the play. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That helps, actually helps the running back runner get some power, a little momentum. But other than that, sit down and shut up. Now, I will say the Dallas game that we won on a field goal with Sanders, I was quite surprised how quiet it was for that kick.
I know.
At least at my end of the stadium, I thought we did a pretty dang good job. And that was Dallas fans there. They had quite a good showing.
They did.
And you could still hear a pin drop when that field goal was coming up.
That game was.
Do you have enough faith in McDaniels for this game to change the playbook for Snoop?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I have faith.
Your question was, do I have any faith?
I mean, because he didn't do it for Skyler. He didn't do it for Skyler. I thought maybe he'd learn, but maybe not.
I mean, I don't know is the question, but I know I don't have faith in him to do it. To me, it doesn't matter because the whole point of Tyler Huntley is to counterman that anyway.
Right. I mean,
if Tyler Huntley's affected, if Tyler Huntley's affected by it, Lance, he's running.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, do I have faith they'll change? No. Am I worried about it? No. Believe it or not, I don't think McDaniel can get in Tyler's way tonight. That's probably what McDaniel wants. Is some quarterback to be like, F you, dude.
Right.
Don't we all want to be coached?
Yep.
It's like, you know, when somebody knows what they're doing and they just can't get out of the cycle, sometimes subconsciously you want somebody to slap you in the face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you don't know how to say it, so you act out. You keep doing what you're doing. You know what I mean? And McDaniel is just, you know, doing what he's doing, and he probably wants somebody like Huntley to be like, "F you, I'm running."
And so do we all.
Yeah, right. Hell, I at this point I would take Cam Ward over.
Good morning or good afternoon, Dad Dean. Very quickly, I do have to run.
No, I know. I just wanted to say hello, everybody.
Howdy.
Hey, Dad Dean.
Had a difficult day at work, and you're making my day go by quicker.
Pleasure.
But
sorry about the difficult day.
Other than tonight, what games are you guys going to? I got to pick a game this year. I'm thinking Raiders.
I'm trying to make every one myself. So.
Or Arizona.
You want to go to one that we win?
If they're going to rip me off, I'm going to get every dime of my worth. So, you know.
I mean, if you want a better chance of winning, I'd go to Arizona.
Look at the bright side. Look at the bright side. When the stadium is empty and there's a lot less fans, it's a lot easier to come across somebody important that you get to meet. You know what I mean? You never know. You know.
That's true. I'll be at the Arizona game. That's fan weekend. That's a great weekend to go. You'll get to see a lot of people.
That's how they smooth over the season ticket holders in a tank year. They deploy 10 or 15 of the old magnates to roam around and mingle with people, and you might get a chance to walk across by Zach Thomas or something. You know what I mean?
I didn't know that.
I'm kidding, fam. But you figure to get down to the front and make yourself heard is a little easier when the stadium ain't full. You know what I mean?
That's true.
I'm about ready to just leave this job and drive on down there.
Now, you said about McDaniel. I don't have any trust for him to change. Like you said, Huntley. It needs to be Huntley. You know, he needs to play like he can, and McDaniel can't hold him back. I mean, because he's a different player than.
Oh, there's no way he can when he's got the football in his hands. So,
yeah,
right. You know what I mean. So we're good there. I do want to remind everybody. Coming soon.
On that shirt.
Hey, that's what everybody should be doing.
Coming
showing
soon.
up to the stadium.
Not yet. No, not yet. Because we want to give all. We want to.
Who did that?
When Huntley takes the field tonight, I want to hear everybody that's in that stadium already. When Huntley takes the field, I want to hear you.
Yeah, not yet, for sure. Not yet.
I'll check you guys out in the morning.
He's going to come out for warm-ups. And when he does, I want to hear everybody in that stadium.
Yeah.
Everybody who's already in there.
Because you never know. He could be a savior. I mean,
no, not that, but the guy, needs our support, period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
And like you said, by virtue of where he's from.
We need to make him feel like he's doing the right thing.
Right. Absolutely.
You know, like we know who he is. We know where he's from. We know he's one of us. We got to make him feel like that when he takes the field tonight.
What school did he go to?
Hallandale.
Hollandale.
I went to Southwest Miami.
Born in Pompano.
I was
He's
born in
Mr.
Sunrise.
Broward. Mr. Broward.
Yeah. Hey, I was from Sunrise, so.
Sunrise. Okay.
I got to switch over to this other brand because
That
it's
was
got a
back
way
in
better
the
outro.
70s and 80s, though.
So
me
everybody,
too. I graduated in '81, so yeah.
Everybody, I'm gonna shut it down with you guys up here. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it because I got to get out of here. Everybody hit the like button. Enjoy your afternoon.
Have a good day.
I'll
Get ready for the game. Get the wings going.
We'll be looking for you.
Make
Get
sure
the
they're
wings
made out of
going.
bison today.
We'll
And
be looking for you at the game.
Yeah.
And I'll give you all a fins up for everybody. Thank you all in chat.
On your stream.
Thanks, fella.
Hit the like button on the way out. Thank you, everybody in chat. Make sure you're subscribing to the channel. Hit the notification bell and go to tftgnetwork.com and we will relax this afternoon. You know, try to do something else. It'll be here before you know it, and we'll be here to carry it with you. Y'all have a good one. Fins up.